All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the stream going live. Like I said, welcome to the stream if you're joining me here live while this is happening. And if you're watching this later on, welcome to the video. So, in this stream, what I'm going to be doing is building my UI from scratch. Now, many of you who have come to the channel have either made it here because you found one of my class guides or one of my add-on guides. And in both cases, most people usually have comments about the various add-ons I use and how my UI is set up. I get those all the time, even on the class guides. People are like, what is that weird ability thing that you use that's like a circle and stuff? And I'm like, okay. So over the past month or so, I've been getting a lot more questions about the specifics of how I use some of the add-ons in my UI. So what I wanted to do was take the time and just show you, rather than answering 80 million questions. I just wanted to take you through and just build the UI from the ground up. So if you have seen my video, copy my minimal UI or clean UI, whatever it's called. If you've seen that video, it's pretty popular here on the channel, then we're basically going to be recreating that. But instead of in that video where I kind of gave an overview of the add-ons and the parts and pieces and how they kind of fit together to make the UI, we're actually going to like build it. So I've like reset my whole user interface. I have the add-ons that I need installed, but I haven't done anything with them yet. So that's kind of the goal here, is to walk you through and take you through the process of how I create a UI. So I got a couple of disclaimers before we get started, just to make sure that I can like set the tone, set the expectations for what this live stream is and isn't gonna be. And I got them on a list here. So first off, this isn't like hyper produced. This is not going to be like a smooth video like my other add-on videos. I really want to show you the process of building the UI so that you don't feel frustrated when you're trying to figure out your UI and stuff as well. You're going to see me get in here and I'm going to install add-ons and tweak them and move them around and make mistakes and forget what slash commands are. And, you know, that's all part of the process. So this is going to be a very like raw, non-produced live stream. So you can see the whole process and hopefully relate to many aspects of it, I imagine. Second thing I want to make clear is that if you have a question about how to do something with an add-on, that's probably a question that I'll be able to answer either in the comment section below or here on the live stream. However, what I can't do is I can't help you troubleshoot your add-ons. So if you're having a problem with an add-on, I can't really help you with that because there's so many variables that go into what could cause a problem with an add-on that it just takes up too much time and it's really hard to do. You could be on a different operating system from me. You could have other add-ons installed that are, you know, conflicting with one of your add-ons that you're having issues with. You could have different settings in your WoW menu, et cetera, et cetera. So what I want to do instead is give you a couple of tips for troubleshooting that you can use. First thing, make sure that your add-ons are up to date. So if you have an out-of-date add-on that could cause an issue, there could have been a patch or something in WoW that caused an issue with an add-on and they fixed it with an update. So just make sure you have those first. Second is to disable all of your add-ons except for the one you're having the issue with, and then see if the problem's still there. If the problem's still there, then you probably have an issue with that add-on specifically. If the problem goes away, then you probably have a problem with that add-on and another add-on you have installed. And if that's the case, where the problem goes away, then start re-enabling your add-ons one at a time until the problem pops back up. And that'll tell you which add-on is causing issues with the one you're having the problem with. And then you can kind of maybe figure out what's going on there as well. Let's see. The intention here is that you can follow along with what I'm doing later if you want to rebuild the UI. I don't expect you to follow along live right now, but you can definitely refer back to this when the VOD is up on YouTube. So feel free to do that. And if you are here and you happen to have the add-on already installed and good to go and you can follow along, then sweet, go ahead and do that. Let's see. There are going to be some options in certain add-ons that I just totally disable and don't even mess with. And you may want to use those options, but I personally don't because I don't need them. You know, they're not relevant to my gameplay or what I do. So in those cases, I just wanted to make it clear, like, I'm not doing a comprehensive every option overview of the add-ons that I'm showing. I'm just showing you how I set up my UI and the options that I do use. And finally, this is going to be a long live stream. So I'm not going to try to make it super entertaining because it is going to be pretty long. It's going to be very, like, kind of hopefully instructional, educational, maybe a little less like filler talking and stuff like that than you would normally expect from me. What I would like to see, though, is if you have questions, ask questions. That's what I'm doing here. Building the UI, answering questions about the add-ons that I'm using, and hopefully hanging out, having a good time, and helping you answer, you know, some of the questions you might have about the add-ons that I use, or maybe why I'm doing a particular thing a certain way. So that's it. That's all the preamble. We're here. Let's go ahead. We're going to get started. So I will be moving my head around on the screen as I need to make sure it stays out of the way of the UI. But I think the spot that I'm in right now is a pretty good one to get started. So I actually want to jump in and I want to make this UI on my monk. I'm really excited about playing monk in Shadowlands, and I think this is going to be a good opportunity because I've basically been keeping my UI the most up to date on my warrior and my demon hunter for BFA. Those are the main characters I've been playing. So this is also going to be a great opportunity to kind of have to work from a fresh perspective and not tap into the resources I already have in mind to build the UI. So what we're working with here is the default UI. Be quiet, Greymane. Go away. So it's kind of a cluster truck, if you want to put it that way. And obviously the goal for me is to have a nice clean UI that maximizes the amount of screen I can actually see, like how much of the actual game I can see. So I like to hide a lot of information. I also want to kind of keep my theme unified. You know, I don't want like a purple window and a blue window and a green window and a black window and a white window. You know, I want to have a pretty consistent theme throughout the UI. So the first thing that I'm going to do is, hey, Luis, thanks for tuning into the stream. You guys don't forget to like the stream if you do enjoy it. So the first thing we're going to do is turn on some tools. Now, you're going to be able to see this add-on panel a bunch as I'm going through this. So you'll be able to get whatever you need off this list as we go through. We are going to hit basically every one of these add-ons as we go. Apologize for my dogs in the background. So first thing we're going to turn on is add-on control panel. So this is the default control panel. It's really just a list of your add-ons. You can enable all, disable all. You can set character-specific add-ons or, you know, account-wide add-ons. Do your load out-of-date add-ons. So what we're going to do is add in add-on control panel. So this is going to update this actual window, and it gives us several different options. But the main thing here is it just kind of organizes stuff better and lets us manage our add-ons a little more effectively. So we have a couple different options here. We can sort by different things. So we can group by name. We can just do titles. We can use the default method, etc., etc. You can also lock and unlock add-ons. And what this does is if you lock an add-on, it's good to go. If you hit like disable all, it won't do that to the locked add-ons and vice versa. So if I like always wanted Arc Inventory to be locked, it would lock it for me. As far as it being like on. So it automatically locks add-on control panel. You can unlock it if you actually do want to disable it, but by default it just locks it so that if I were to hit like disable all, it doesn't do anything here. If I go to Arc Inventory, disable all, it doesn't do anything either. So that's what the lock button does. The little check mark here is your disable, enable. Anytime you see this, it just means there are like sub add-ons or whatever. So like Bagnon is grouped. It has the config, the guild bank, the void storage, etc., etc. So it groups them up like this so that they're all kind of in the same spot. So add-on control panel is going to make keeping track of what the heck is going on with this a lot easier. So I like to go through, just collapse all these menus because I don't really need them. The Blizzard add-ons one, I don't ever do anything with this, so I just go ahead and close this as well. And then my libraries doesn't usually have anything in it. Sometimes you're going to have add-ons that have libraries, but I usually don't. Okay, so we got add-on control panel good to go. The next thing we're going to enable is advanced interface options. So all this does is give us back some interface options that were removed in Legion. And this just puts them into the normal menu. I just like to have this on because those options are there when when I'm going through and I'm looking for them. Next, we're going to add E-Align. And I don't lock this one because I only use it when I am building, but I'll lock it when I'm building. So E-Align, all this does is adds a grid to our screen. So if we type /align, then we get this nice grid, and this is going to help us to line up our add-ons however we need to. And all you do is /align, and that will go on and off. The next one we're going to enable is mask. So what mask does is it lets you change the skins on some of like your buttons, your menus. There are by default, like, okay, so this menu background here is a skin. It's like an image that goes behind all the text and everything like that. What mask is it's a library, basically, that allows you to import even more skins that you can choose from. Now, I use one in particular. I use the apathy skin for mask. But there are a ton out there. So if you're looking for something, like there are like Diablo style mask skins that you can get and stuff like that to update your UI. I use apathy, which is a pretty minimalist, like black, semi-transparent-y looking one. But we're going to enable that just so we have it available, because a lot of add-ons have the capability to use mask to reskin their default look. And so I like to have that on. And the next one we're going to enable is move anything. So move anything will let us move basically any aspect of the interface that we want, any aspect of the default Blizzard interface. It'll also let us hide aspects of the interface as well. And this is how you can like get rid of the art bar for the Blizzards, or for the Blizzard art bar here with the griffins and stuff. Some bag add-ons or action bar add-ons, have an option to just toggle this on and off. So if you're using one of those, you can just like use that option. But there are other things you might want to hide as you are working on your UI, and move anything will let you do that. And then the last one that's kind of more of a tool rather than the actual interface is going to be Leatrix Maps and Leatrix Plus. So Leatrix Maps adds enhancements for your maps. One of the things that it will do is remove fog of war on your map, so you can see the whole map without having to explore it all. And Leatrix Plus is like a quality of life add-on that lets you change and tweak some settings. It will do stuff like, automatically sell junk. A lot of other add-ons do that, but those type of quality of life additions are in Leatrix Plus. So those are the tools we're going to use. And that's going to get us started and ready to start working on some add-ons. So Thomas says, hey, what is the best keybinds for World of Warcraft? Because I can't find a video on an updated one. So yeah, RYK says keybinds are really just your opinion, and that is absolutely true. Now, I'm personally maybe not the greatest person to talk to you about keybinds because I use a weird setup because I have carpal tunnel and nerve issues in my hands. So I use a weird setup so that I don't have to use a bunch of crazy keybinds. But I will say that in Keybinds, what I typically do for movement is I change a couple of things. So I will change, instead of W and S being forward and backward, and A and D being your turn, I will change that and I will make A and D strafe. So let's reset this to default real quick. Maybe not all those keybinds. Yeah, we'll do it. I don't have any other weird keybinds, I don't think. We'll see. Okay, so these are the default keybinds, right? Walk forward with W, you walk backwards with S, you turn the camera with A or D, and then you strafe with Q and you strafe with E, right? So my typical like quick change to that is I will change move forward to S and move backwards to Shift S. So now my W key is free and I can use that to keybind something. And in reality, when you're playing World of Warcraft, most of the time, like, you really are going to move the fastest moving forward or strafing. There's a penalty to your speed for moving backwards. And most of the time, any time you would want to move backwards, you could actually just move backwards just as fast by turning your camera and strafing, which I'll show here in just a second. So the other thing that I do is instead of turn left and turn right, I don't even use those keys at all. I just rotate by right-clicking the mouse and moving the camera. So I change strafe left to A and strafe left or straight right to D. So now I move forward with S, strafe left with A, strafe right with D, and I turn my camera with the mouse. So basically, if I wanted to move backwards, I could move backwards like this, or I could turn the camera and strafe to the left. And really, it's about like the same amount of time. And you don't get a movement penalty for strafing. So that's a quick and easy change, a setup. And what that does is it frees up Q, W, and E for you to use as keybinds for other abilities. It does take some getting used to, but honestly now when I play other games where I have to use W or I want to go backwards in those particular games, because like I said, in WoW, you don't really need to most of the time. But some games, you know, it is effective to have that backwards button. It's actually a little more weird for me now to use W as forward and S as backwards than it is for me to just naturally hit the S key to move forward. But as far as the other keybinds goes, that's really up to you. You're going to see how I set it up in this video, but like I said, I set it up pretty weird. So, all right. So we have our tools set up, the ones that we're going to use to help us. And really the only thing we kind of want to check into right away is going to be Leatrix Plus. And we'll see if I can remember what the slash commands are. That's one of the things about building out these UIs is you use so many add-ons, and remembering what the slash commands are is kind of a struggle sometimes. Sometimes they're really easy, like slash align. So I usually have my Twitch add-on manager up, and then I have the list of add-ons, and what I could do is I can go down to like Leatrix Plus, click on it, and they normally have the slash command like right at the top. So like it's LTP. Okay, so here's Leatrix Plus, and then that way I don't spend a bunch of time like, oh, what was it? I just look it up on my Twitch mod manager. Okay, so here there's a couple different things. So automation, you can turn this on and off however you want. I usually don't do any of these because most of them are going to be managed by another add-on. However, the options here are here if you don't use an add-on. Like let's say I get a bag add-on and it doesn't have the repair automatically option, then I can turn it on here in Leatrix. So normally I leave this until the end and I'm like, okay, was I missing anything that I really want? And if so, let me turn it on here. And that's pretty much the same for all this stuff. So like social, I just turn on block duels most of the time. And then here, this will like automatically accept party requests from friends, queue from friends, all that kind of good stuff. Chat, all kinds of stuff in here. For the most part, you don't need to turn any of this on right away, but I just kind of am throwing it in here in this part to kind of give you an idea of what Leatrix offers for you. Because the rest of the things that we added, pretty much they're not options. They're actually just tools that let us do things, whereas Leatrix does have some of these options in here. Okay, so the next thing is to get the core sort of components of the interface installed. And for me, I always like to start with Aurora. So Aurora is going to change my panels. So this is my kind of default character window. Aurora will change this to kind of a minimal theme. Not everybody likes this theme, but I do. And I like to just go ahead and turn that on. And this sets the theme for me to customize my other options. Okay. So now when I open my character window, I've got my nice Aurora kind of theme back behind it. And what I'll do is I will adjust the settings in my other add-ons to try to match this window so I get a consistent look across all of my UI. Batman. Hey, Batman joined the stream. Awesome. Thanks for tuning in. Okay, so Aurora, we've got our options here, and you can kind of tweak and change this however you like. You've got your features here that you can turn on and off. I basically just turn everything on. You can replace the default game fonts, which is totally fine. You can have a custom highlight color. I don't particularly worry about that too much. I like the gradient button style. That's totally fine. You can turn it on or off if you want. And you can adjust the opacity, like if you want to have the background be more see-through or less see-through, you can. I like the semi-see-through aspect, so I can kind of keep doing whatever I'm doing, even though the menus are open. And then over here on the right-hand side, you can adjust the class colors if you want to. These are the default ones that are set up according to Blizzard. So I just leave these the way that they are. And this is it. Aurora is super simple for the most part. There's not a whole lot to get into with it. So yeah, it's straightforward, and it sets the tone for the rest of the UI. The next thing that I like to do is get rid of this quest log because it is all over the screen. It takes up a ton of space, and I really just want to be able to get it out of the way because a lot of my UI is over towards the right-hand side of the screen. I'm just used to looking over there for the mini-map and all that kind of stuff. So what I use for my mini-map is Kaliel's Tracker.
Work complete.
All right, so Kaliel's Tracker has a lot of features that you can get into, but all I'm really worried about for now is just compressing it and kind of getting it out of the way. So I'm going to go into the options here. And mainly you're just going to be in the main options. Supported add-ons, there is Mask if you want to use Mask. I'm not super worried about enabling Mask at the moment. Also, if you have one of these other user interfaces, like you're going to use LVUI or something like that, you can click this and it'll update to match that. Modules, this is where you can change the order of the things within your quest log. So if you wanted like world quests to be up above your normal quests, you could just move world quests all the way up and then they would be at the top. So this is a super easy way to reorganize where everything is at. All right, so here in the main menu, this is where we're going to get into how we want to move things around and customize. So I don't worry about position and size too much. I go in and try to work on the background and the color first. Right now, the background is matching up pretty well with what I have for Aurora. I actually want to have a little bit of a darker background here so that I can read the text a little bit more easily because this is kind of always up, always on my screen, whereas my menus aren't all the time. And this is also going to be off somewhere where it's not really in the way, so I don't need it to be super transparent. So border transparency, all that kind of good stuff is probably pretty good. I do like border by class, so this will update and change the border colors so that they match your class color. So now this has kind of got a monk theme to it. The background texture, solid, good to go. That's all good to go. Down here, the headers is where I like to change things up a little bit. So they have, let's see, this is going to be the fun part. All right, quest sounds is fine. It just like when you finish a quest, it, you know, activates the sound. They have all kinds of options in here. Notification messages, that's good to go. All right. I don't worry about the Wowhead URL because I basically never, ever use that. So I kind of keep that off there. I do like to show the ID because that's an easy way to look up a quest if you do go to Wowhead. Like you can use the URL if you want, but I don't worry about it too much. You can also just turn the ID off, and then that kind of simplifies things just a little bit. Collapse in instance is fine. It'll auto collapse the tracker if you're in an instance, but sometimes you have quests in your instance, so I keep those open. Okay. All right. So this is the other option that I like. They have the texture for the Blizzard texture and a couple other things here. For the most part, I like to set it to like the 1 line or the 2 line and use the border color. So that keeps it in line with the class color. And then text, also set that to border color, and buttons to border color. So now we have a nice like monk theme going on here. You could change up the collapsed. So when the text is collapsed like this, it's going to show 15 out of 25 quests. You could change that to not show anything if you just want this to be super tiny, and then when you open it up, it's back up. I actually do kind of like this quite a bit. I don't really care about how many quests I have. So I like having it on none. The only thing is when you're setting up your UI, you want to keep it expanded so you can see what it's going to look like when it's actually expanded. Here you can open up your quest log, open up your achievements, these buttons here if you want them. Or you can disable them if you don't want them. It's up to you. I mean, they're fine. They don't take up a lot of space, so I usually leave them there. As far as the text goes, I don't worry about text. There's a font that I like to use, and when I install the add-on that includes that font, I just go back and update my fonts on my other add-ons. Wrap long texts will make it so that you don't get the ... I actually like to have this on because I hate having to, like right now it says speak with Grand Marshal Trim, and I'm like, and do what? And I have to hover over it. So I like to have the wrap long text just so I can kind of see the whole quest text there. Some of this stuff I don't update like right away. Like I don't have a progress bar in here, so I'm not going to worry about the progress bar texture until I actually see a progress bar, and then I'll go like, oh, that doesn't match. Let me go in and fix that real quick. Background border, we kind of already went over. Border texture. I like the KT border and then border by class. So once again, we've got the theme. And the nice thing is when you log into a different class, it'll update this. Instead of being the green for the monk, it'll be the like blue for shaman, which is pretty nice. KT border is in line with the rest of the borders. Nice, clean, no texture, no real thickness. It's kind of like a 1-2 pixel sort of border there. And background texture, I stick with solid. There's a bunch of other options that you could choose from, but I just like solid. Scroll indicator, you could turn on or off. I like to have it on. Show me what's going on here. And then we get into the position and the size. Now, I'm not too worried about the position, like getting it perfect right now. for the most part, I just want to kind of push it out of the way. So we're going to push it like right over here. And then max height, I like to set this at about like 250, I think, most of the time. So it's just like a nice little square. It's kind of there. It's out of the way. Let's go ahead and get this out of the way as well. So now we have the quest log up, out of the way. We've moved it. It's good to go. And that's pretty much it. We're going to adjust this and tweak the exact position a little bit later on. But like I said, we're just shoving it out of the way. And now we can minimize it. So that's Kaliel's tracker. Sergio, hey, thanks for tuning into the stream. All right, so our quest tracker is gone. It's out of the way. It's good to go. Now we have a lot more real estate. The next thing that I like to tweak is the minimap. So for the minimap, I use basic minimap. Basic minimap, and it has an options, which we want to load. Okay. Basic minimap drastically will, let's go ahead and click through this so it doesn't pop up again. Basic minimap just makes the minimap a lot more simple. And so let me pull this up. I think it's just BMM. I don't know. I'm looking up the slash command. That's what I'm doing now. /BM. That's a perfect slash command. All right, so BM, that's going to give us our options. We can, some of the options menus we can move out of the way. Some of them we can't. More of them we can move out of the way than not. So, all right, so what we can do in here is adjust our stuff. I like to do the class colored border. Again, I just really like having the class, colors in here because I switch classes all the time when I'm playing, and it's just fun to get on and be like, oh, I'm in the purple demon hunter theme. But if you just have one main character and you want to make a green UI, you can just come in here and custom select a color. I do the class colors. I like to keep the border color small. Once again, it's at about 5 pixels. We could go down to like 2, make it kind of match up a little bit better here. All these like really nitpicky fine pixel tweaks, I wait until the end to do. So lock just means that we can't move it. Right now we do want to move it, and we can adjust it over here. But we can leave it here and tweak it some more. Auto zoom out, you can turn that on and off. Basically, you can zoom in here. And I believe, if you see that, with the auto zoom out on, if I'm like looking at the map and I'm like, okay, what am I doing here? What's going on? After a few seconds, it'll automatically zoom back out, or if I start moving, it'll automatically zoom back out as well. There are a couple different shapes, round or square. I like square. That matches everything else going on with my UI. I've got a square quest log. I've got square panels. My character bar and stuff will be square once I get to it as well. Everything here is pretty much good to go. We're going to change the size and scale a little bit later. The buttons, we can set to hide or unhide those. I like to go ahead and we're just going to uncheck this because we're going to use a different add-on to manage our buttons. So we want to make sure that this add-on isn't hiding buttons that we want to show up in the other buttons. And then we can just leave all these checked, and we'll get rid of them a little bit later. Coordinate precision, right down here, if we get rid of the zoom in, zoom out, there is coordinates, and you can change this to show, right now it's normal, 6916. You can change it to high, and then it'll be like 69.8, 16.6. It just changes the decimal for the coordinates. I'm good with just normal. Normal is totally fine. Text, once again, we're going to update the font once we get the add-on that has our font in it. You can also get like custom fonts in WoW, but I generally just like to pick one that is already imported by an add-on and use that consistently across the board. You can change the zone text. So this is here. I do like to tweak and update some of this stuff, but I like to do it once I have the buttons off and I'm kind of working on the positioning and everything. So text and stuff, we're going to come back to a little bit later. For right now, what we want to do is just pull it up here. And we're going to go ahead and lock it into position. Let's lock it. That way we don't have to worry about messing with it too much. So the next thing to do is get these buttons off of here. So I go into an add-on, and it's called Minimap Button Frame. Okay.
Work complete.
Cracking into my Red Bull. Okay, so Minimap Button Frame is this thing right here. And as you can see, it pulled all of our buttons off of our minimap and put them into this little bar. So we can see if this is right. It's not. If we go into Minimap Button Frame, we've got a few different options. So display. We can change the background color. So right now we kind of want to adjust the, actually for this one, I think I just totally ditch the background most of the time. Either ditch it or you can set it to like kind of match up with the transparency of everything else. But I actually, where are we at? Oh, here we go. Button skin. So Blizzard, Anger, like there's all these different things. The one that I like is Simple Square, I believe. It's one of the square ones. That is Shaman. This is the fun part, like trying to remember what the heck. Which Blizzard Square, that's okay. Simple Square. Serenity Square. So many options. All right, we're just going to stick with this one for the moment. I may change that. Okay, so here you have a couple of different options. You can change which buttons are being shown. So you can hide the Blizzard new mail icon, tracking, calendar, the zoom buttons, you know, all that kind of good stuff. You can manage that through here. If you didn't want to use this button frame, you can manage that through basic minimap as well. You can set exceptions and the direction to sort. So I like to go ahead and sort usually Blizzard first. That way my important Blizzard stuff will pop up here first. And then any other additional add-ons will show up after that. So right now I have missions, which is a Blizzard button, and then Leatrix and Leatrix Plus. So let's go back to display. Oh, here we go. So hide when locked. I like to hide the background and the border. I think I like to hide all. Yeah, so you just get the buttons here. You don't get the weird background. So like if I do nothing, you have the background and the border. And so I just like to hide those and kind of clean it up and just have these buttons here. And then when you unlock it, it's going to put everything back, lock it in place, and it goes away. Opacity, columns, rows, all this kind of stuff, you'll just adjust based on how many buttons you have over here. And now that I have that stuff off, I don't like these. I like these circle ones. Oh my goodness. See, this is one of the places where if I go down, do we have monk? There's no monk, but there's jealousy. Let's see. Let's do. Man, I don't love any of these. All right, we're going to stick with simple square. Okay, so now that we have the button frames set up, if we want to, we can go back into basic minimap. We can go over to our buttons. And we can hide add-on buttons, but I generally don't like to do that. Most add-ons that you're going to find are going to have an option where you can hide their specific add-on button, and I prefer to do it that way over other ones. So missions, you can see this will kind of take the stuff off there. It takes the button frame a couple seconds to adjust and update. All right, so that's kind of got this cleaned up. Like I said, we're gonna like really get into tweaking it a little bit later, but I just kind of want to put all the pieces in together as we go. So we've got our mini map, good to go. We've got our Kaliel's tracker, good to go, and we have our mini map button frame, good to go. The next thing we're going to set up is we're going to set up. I don't think I have any mail to kind of show this off, but we're just going to enable postal. All right, so postal is just a add-on that's going to manage our mail for us. It gives us a lot more options with mail. This character doesn't have any mail, so you'll still be able to see some of the options here. So you can like open all, for example. So if you have a bunch of stuff in your inbox, you can hit open all and just open everything at the same time. You've got a bunch of other options in here. So this I don't worry about too much until I really want to get into it. I just kind of turn it on. That way it's there. And I can make sure that it doesn't conflict with any of the other add-ons that I'm enabling. And also, if you didn't notice, I want to bring this up real quick because I enabled it and it kind of updated in between things. I did the main menu bar for Aurora, so that's why if I do a reload, that's why my bar updated. So you can get rid of some of the art and stuff just with Aurora like that, which is fine. I'm going to get rid of this stuff anyway, a different way, but I just wanted to make it clear, like, that's why that updated.
Work complete.
Okay, so that does get rid of the Blizzard art bars without you having to do anything. But if you're not using Aurora, you might not have that option. If you're using, like, Bartender or something, the option to hide those frames are in there. But this also kind of skins the buttons to match as well. If you don't want to use Opie, which is what I use for my keybinds and abilities, then you do have this option here of having them match the rest of the interface. All right, next thing we're going to do is we're going to add our experience bar. So this is Experiencer. It's a pretty simple bar that you can use. And what we're going to want to do is also hide the default one as well. So, and my / command, I either spelled it wrong or something. So once again, like I said, this is part of the process. Go in, just find the add-on and go, what was the / command again? Oh, I don't need a / command. For Experiencer, you just right click. And you can always, almost always, you can go into your interface, add-ons, and then click on something. But for example, you're going to see here that Experiencer does not have that particular option. So you can do a couple of things. You can anchor to top, anchor to bottom. You can use class color, which is obviously what I like to do. Just sticking with that whole theme. You can use a custom color and then set the custom color if you are, like, you know, wanting to do a purple theme on your warrior or something like that. And this is the add-on that brings in the font that I like to use, which is Doris PP. So we are going to be updating our fonts for the rest of our add-ons and the ones we've already updated to Doris PP. Like I said, you could pick a different one that you want to use, but I just happen to like this one. You can make this a bigger experience bar if you want like a chunkier one, or you just want better visibility. I keep it nice and slim. I like slim, you know, kind of borders and stuff on here. And everything else that you do with the experience bar is really just an option to tweak and change it to show whatever you want. The one thing that I do enable is show text on hover. So what that'll do is that'll keep my bar as just a bar, and when I hover over it, then it'll show the text. So I don't always have this like Proudmoore Admiralty thing down at the bottom of my screen. So we do want to get rid of the experience bar. So what we're going to do is we're going to go and use move anything for this. And not that way, apparently. Slash commands again. All right, let's jump over. Move anything. Okay. Yeah, that's not what I want. Don't forget to throw a like on the video if you're enjoying it, whether it's live or later on. I think for move anything we need, okay, yeah. Just slash move. Actually, slash move is a command that will bring up the menu here. So I want to show you a couple things on move anything that we're going to use. So first off, you can dig through the menu and you can try to find whatever it is that you want to use. An easy way to do this is to click on this FS. FS stands for frame stack. And what this does is anything you hover over, it shows you what the UI like stack is for it. And I'm going to go ahead and move this chat box out of the way. We're going to put this, just stick it up here. That way it's kind of out of the way of the tooltip. Okay, so you can kind of see in the bottom corner that we have the frame stack there. We don't really need to see the bottom portion, so I'm not worried about the system menu being down there. What we want to do is figure out, okay, what is this experience bar? So if you look in this tooltip, you'll see high status tracking bar manager dot blah 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 dot overlay frame. So you can come in here and you can dig through and kind of go, okay, let's see, Blizzard bottom bar. Do I want this? Is that where it is? Game menu, info panels. Is it in here? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. You can dig through all that stuff. Or the easier thing that you can do is you can enter a command. So if I hover over this, I figure out experience bar is status tracking bar manager. And then in my chat, I'm going to type /hide. And then I'm going to type everything before the first period there exactly the way it is, starting with status. So status, right? Tracking bar manager. Okay. And that, uncheck this, has hidden the XP bar now. So you can do this with literally any frame in the game. Like if I wanted to, I could click this, I could go over here and go, oh, what is this? Timer tracker, UI parent. You got to kind of figure out what makes sense. Like in all likelihood, this is going to be player frame, and you would do /hide player frame or /move player frame. So we could do that one. Right, so I type that in, and this gives me the ability to move this around now, if I want to. But we're going to hide that with a different add-on, so it's not a big deal. Okay. So what we're going to do here is /reset player frame. And it doesn't want to work. Okay. No, we're not. All right. So we're going to turn off the frame stack and go ahead and I want to not. There we go. We just right click. That's what we want. See, this is what I mean. Sometimes you're messing with an add-on and you're like, how the heck did I do this? And it's different for every add-on. Like the amount of like different ways, like some add-ons start locked, some start unlocked. Some will let you lock them, some won't. Some will unlock, some won't. Some will let you move their menu to customize, some won't. It just changes. So that sets up our experience bar. And we got that down there as well. The chat windows on the right part of the screen, I could get used to that. Yeah, is it normally on the left side? I don't even remember where it normally is by default. I think it's on the left side, right? So that is going to get our experience bar down there. The next thing that we're going to want to do is we're going to want to update our chat log. So we're going to go in, and I use Pratt for this.
Work complete.
Okay, so at first, Pratt doesn't really look like anything special. All right, and this is one of the ones, there we go, we can move the window and kind of make some adjustments. So once again, all I'm trying to do is get a general look. I'm not trying to fine tune everything right this second. So what we're going to do is go into buttons, and you can change a variety of things in here. So you can turn off your arrows. You can turn off the social menu if you don't want that to show up. I really have no reason for it to be there, so I usually turn it off. The channel button, I never use that either, so I usually turn that off. I like the scroll down reminder to be there in case I, forget that the chat window is scrolled up. The menu is this one over here. If you need that for some reason, I don't ever use that, so I turn that off. And I don't like the voice buttons either. So all I really want is, thank you, window. All I really want is the base window here. So that's going to turn off a bunch of things that I don't care about. A lot of these I kind of just breeze through. I don't pay too much attention to them, like channel sticky. I don't worry about that. The edit box I do like to change and tweak a little bit. So right now, if I hit enter, this is the edit box. You can change this and you can make it free floating. So you can actually have the chat over here and your text box right down here if you want to. I usually just leave it at the bottom. That's what I'm used to. For the background texture, I like to just do solid. It's nice and simple. The border texture, I like to use the KT border. So this is a nice thing about adding the Kalios tracker, is the border goes into the options of almost everything. You can color border by channel. You can change the border color, do whatever you want. I usually just try to make the color basically match up with Aurora if I can. Font, we're going to go ahead and update it to Doris PP, which is the one that I like to use. We can adjust our title sizes, the edge size of the border, so we can kind of tweak that if we want. I like to tune it all the way down, so it just looks like one solid thing. And that is pretty much it. I may, like the background color there, I like to pull the transparency down a little bit. Just make it kind of match up with what's already there. Yeah, that looks okay. Now the border is still white for some reason. That's the border by channel, I believe. Which I don't want. I want the border color to be black, but it doesn't care. So chances are that is being controlled by something else, and we will find it as we get to it. Enable fading. I do like fading. Fading is just fading on the chat itself. So if we tune this down, you'll see that after it's been a certain amount of time, the chat will fade. So if I set this super low, the chat will fade automatically. Let's see. Not slash. I don't want to we. I want to say we. So it just fades away right away. So you can adjust and set this timing to whatever you like. But I do like to have this option in there. Usually for me, I'm good with 30 seconds. If I'm doing a lot of group partying and stuff like that, I'll probably leave this up for longer. Or if I'm in a dungeon where I know I'm really going to be intensely engaged in what's going on, I can up this as well. But for something being in town, 30 seconds is cool. So some of the add-on and things you're going to adjust based on what content you're doing. Like sometimes I have certain settings when I'm leveling. I have add-ons and things that I don't even use once I'm max level, and vice versa. So that stuff can kind of change. Font, we're going to do Doris. Font size, you can adjust this however you want. You can add an outline and stuff to the font. I don't really like that, so I just leave it as none. Frames, so this is where you can change your frame height and all that kind of good stuff. So I like to generally make a little bit of a kind of a taller text box. And also this here, 0 clamp size. Allow the chat frame to be moved flush with the edge of the screen. If you want to shove the chat box all the way up to the side or the bottom or wherever, then you need to enable that there. Okay, that was way too big. Okay, so this is, once I hit this, this is where it changed the maximum height and maximum width. So I want my maximum height to probably be somewhere around where my like quest log is. So we can do like 250, right? So that changes it to about 250 in height. Or I could actually, like I said, if I want to make a bit of a taller one, maybe I do like 350 or 400. And let's do that here, minimum height. 400, and then you can set the maximum width to like, let's do 250 and 250. So now we have like a taller chat box here if you wanted it to take up less real estate that way. So the main thing here is the maximum width and the minimum width. So if I change the maximum width to 500, okay, then I hit this. What this will let me do is extend it out to a maximum of 500 and reduce it to a minimum of 250. So I can't make the chat log stretch all the way across my screen, but I do have this range. So if you want to be able to adjust the chat box, but you want to keep it within certain parameters, then you can definitely do that. So in my case, maybe by default, I want the minimum height to be like 250. So it'll never be smaller than that. And I want the maximum height to be 400. So if I want to really extend the chat box out, I can if I want to. In my case, I don't know. Let's do like a min width. Let's do 300. Min height. Let's do 150. See what that looks like. So that's pretty small. But I like that. I don't use the chat a whole lot. So you can adjust this as you need. But for me, I just have a tiny little chat box over here now, which is pretty nice. And it's got a lot of the stuff kind of taken off of it. It's minimized a little bit. History, this just has to do with how much history it keeps. So the nice thing about Pratt is Pratt will actually save your chat history even if you like log out and log back in a lot of times. I don't know the exact amount. You can set the amount of like lines it's going to save. I don't know like how long or how many like log in and log outs, you know, between like it erasing or if it just keeps them permanently. I honestly don't pay that much attention to it. Mouse wheel, this is really nice. You can mouse scroll through the chat. It's so great. You don't have to click on anything. I love it. All right, so we got our frames set up. You can adjust this however you want. The alpha here just changes the background. I think. Yeah. This is when you hover over it. So like this will make it super black. So if you want it to be kind of like faded out when you're not actually looking at it, but then when you hover over it, you can have it darken up a bit. So like a 0.5. Then it'll do that. Me, I just keep it at the default. I can read it fine the way it is. We got our font set up. We can adjust the font sizes if we want to. I find 12 is like pretty fine. But if you need to bump it up for your eyesight or something like that, you can too. Let's see. PA Moral says, will you upload the whole stream once it's finished? I missed the beginning. Yes, absolutely. This stream will 100%. The whole thing will be on YouTube. That's the intention. I know not everybody's going to be able to watch the whole thing at once or tune in at the right times. And also, it'd be kind of hard to like follow along and set this up with me as you're trying to watch what I'm doing. So yeah, the whole VOD will be on YouTube. Don't worry about that. Mark Ware, I was hoping this too. Yep. Don't worry. It'll be there. Okay. So we also want to check remember font choice and restore it at startup just to make sure that it saves our font. Fading, we went over that. The edit box is still white for whatever reason. I haven't figured that out yet. Okay. Do we want arrows? No, I like to take those off. They're kind of pointless. There's a scroll bar in here. And keep that. All right, so chat formatting. This is where you can really get in and customize the crap out of your chat and change like player names, colors. I don't do any of this stuff. I'd totally just skip it. Extra stuff. I don't do anything in here as well. I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't mess with this. Module control, you can kind of change this too. I don't do this either. Profiles, you can set one up. I'm not really worried about setting up a profile at the moment. So, like I said, some of these add-ons, I just skip over a bunch of stuff because I don't need it. I don't need to go into chat formatting and like customize like channel abbreviations. And yeah, I don't care. Like my chat box is tiny. It's small. It's out of the way. It's good to go. So we're just going to shove this up here as well. Just kind of get stuff out of the way. All right, so we've got our, go through my list. We set up postal. Well, we didn't really set it up. We just enabled it. We set up Pratt. All right, the next thing that we're going to enable is cursor trail. Cursor trail is just a nice quality of life add-on that I like to use. And it helps you if you have ever lost your cursor on the screen and you're like, where the heck did it go? There's so much going on. I don't know what the heck I'm trying to click on. Cursor trail is the add-on for that. So CT/CT brings up cursor trail. So you can see it here right now. It's this big lightning bolt on the screen. You can kind of crank this thing to 11 if you want to, or you can tone it down. Me, I like to tone it down quite a bit. There's some defaults if you just want to change between them. This kind of changes the settings for you. So you can see like this one has a much bigger orb on it. I kind of like to start with default 4. That's pretty close to what I want. Just something like super subtle. So you can change the model. There's a whole bunch of models here. So I could go to like frost spots or whatever. Hit OK. I think it's a little too small with this setting. Let's go back to default 1. Okay, so frost. Yeah, you can see it's doing little snowflakes. Lots of cool stuff in here. Trail, you can get a ghost trail, whatever you want. So I usually do something like the ghost trail or something pretty subtle, pretty simple. I find that the glows don't really help me a lot because they're bigger than I want them to be. So I usually do scale at like 25%, right? Which for like the glow doesn't do anything. But if I am on like trail, electric blue, it does show up, right? And it's a heck of a lot smaller. It doesn't really, it doesn't distract too much from what I'm doing. And you can offset it. You can change the strata, the shadow, fade out when idle, show only in combat, show during mouse look. So what I do is I just pick one that I like. So let's go with, I do not like that one. I did like the ghost, though. The ghost was pretty nice. It's got a little purple going on. Kind of like that. So The only other thing I do with cursor trail is I click show only in combat because I don't care about losing my mouse when I'm not in combat. And that's really where I want it, right? Like when I'm in combat, stuff's going all over the screen. I'm targeting this and that and this and that. That's when I want to be able to see the cursor. So I do show only in combat, hit OK, and now there's nothing. But if I see, if I go over here to the target dummies and I get into combat. All right, so let's just hit this thing. Boom. I'm in combat and now my cursor trail is up and I can move around. And if I'm like, where the heck is my cursor? Like it'll show me. It took me out of combat there, so let's do this. Yeah, so if, you know, my cursor's over here and I'm like trying to figure out like, well, I'm trying to target this guy in front of me. It's like, okay, my cursor's over here. I can see it and bring it, whip it back over, you know, where I need it super quickly. Get me out of combat. This guy can't make it through this door, unfortunately. All right, so that's cursor trail, super easy. That's like one of the absolute easiest add-ons to configure. And I just think it's really useful. Okay, so that's cursor trail. Next, another easy add-on is Deja character stats.
Work complete.
Glad to see this being done on the master class. That's funny. I'm still leaning towards Monk as my main for Shadowlands. All right, so Deja character stats. This is another super easy one. This adds a bunch of stuff into your character panel. And you can go in here and right here, there's a little lock icon. You can unlock that. And this will just let you change what you want to show up. Pretty straightforward, pretty simple. I believe, wrong one. If you go into Deja character stats, you can adjust things over here as well. So doing it from the character panel is just a quick way to let you adjust what is and isn't shown. Doing it, let's see, is it do like, it wasn't /Deja. So we're just going to get there through the menu here. So this is going to show you everything that you can do in here, not just what is shown and not shown. There's a couple extra options. So if you like the crest background, you can turn that on or turn that off. You can add a scroll bar into your stats in particular. And then there's a bunch of other stuff in here too. I don't really care about my equipped versus available item level. I also don't need it to be decimal places. That's not important to me at all. I just want to see, oh, I'm 313. Character stats, hide at 0 is a nice one, which means that if you have 0 of a stat, it's just not going to show it. Decimals, if you want them, I usually turn them off. Low level mastery, I don't see the reason of like turning that off. Item slots, you get your item level. Let's see. This is for your actual window. So let me show you this. If I turn all this stuff on, right? Then I go into my menu here, you can see all this additional stuff popped up, which I don't really want all that stuff. Let me see if I can pull this up without going to that menu. Makes it a little easier to edit. All right, what do we need? Oh, let's try /DCS. Oh, well, that's annoying. Okay, so in item slots, basically item level, I like to see that. I don't care about durability, average durability, item durability, repair costs. I don't want to black out the item. And alternate info, I can't remember if I like that one or not. So that is eye level out to the side. Let's see, let's try this one. Yeah, I like it better this way. So this puts the numbers right onto the item itself. And then that way it just kind of keeps it out of your character pane. Yeah, much better. Okay, so that's your item slots. Like I said, I only ever really care about the item level. Class, crest, background. It just depends on what you want. Like, it doesn't look as bad as it does in the other one here. So I like to keep it. And then usually what I do is I go through and I just get rid of all the stats that I just don't care about. So over here, like I don't care about these headers for the most part, like the general stats header. I want health, mana, energy, movement speed. I don't care about, my durability stuff. So I might take that off. This is nice because you can also toggle on stats that maybe you want to keep. So let's say that, I'm on my monk and I know that I might switch into the healer role and I want to keep track of my intellect. I can actually turn that on and show that. Whereas in Blizzard, they kind of use like a smart detection thing where it'll turn off the stats that aren't relevant to your character depending on the spec that you're in. So you can go in and turn those on if you want to. And I believe right now I am Windwalker. And so like maybe I don't care about my armor. I can turn that off, etc., etc. So you can turn off a bunch of this stuff. Like I don't care about my energy regen, global cooldown, etc., etc. So then you hit OK. You go back. It's only going to show the stuff that you have on there. And like I said, you can quick lock this and unlock it. So you can kind of turn off that stuff as well. And then just lock it back. There you go. Now I have the stats that I actually want, only the ones I want, not the ones I don't want. And I can hide and unhide stuff that, Blizzard might automatically turn off. So once again, pretty straightforward as far as that add-on goes. We also did Experiencer. The next add-on is Mount Journal Enhanced. So this adds a few options to our Mount Journal. And this is important to me because, you may not care. It's important to me because I play a bunch of different characters and I like to kind of have my mounts set up across characters and be able to dig through mounts. And I like to go to old raids and stuff and do some collection farming and stuff. So Mount Journal Enhanced does a couple of things. It gives you a nice little menu down here. You can do all kinds of things like rotate, zoom mounts or whatever. Zoom in, zoom out. Right here, you can show your character on the mount so you can actually see what your character is going to look like. And you can do this with stuff you haven't collected. So you can see like, hey, is my character going to look cool on this mount? Right, so you can turn that on and off. And then you can see the mount special as well. So the mount special, as you know, is when you are not moving and you hit the space bar. So our bird here does a little crazy thing. The one that I like, I know. We're getting off topic. I don't care. Do you care? I don't care. Where's it at? Where is the funky unicorn? So I could, this is a great example. I can filter collected. So I want to see collected. I can do only my favorites if I want, but it looks like that one's not in my favorites. I can change sources, right? So I can look for stuff that is only from an instance. I can look for stuff from the in-game shop. So I do have like an Iron Sky Reaver. I can also do not collected, and this will show me all the stuff in the in-game shop. So if you wanted to like, oh, what is my character going to look like if I get the hog wrist mount? You can, boop, this is what it'll look like. Pretty sweet. I actually kind of love that feature about this. It'll also do only usable and only tradable. So this is a good example of like collected. If I check all sources, there's a bunch of red mounts in here. So like the Fell Saver, this character can't use it because you have to be a demon hunter to use it. So I can go in and do only usable, and it gets rid of all those red mounts that I can't use. So you've got your sources in here. You've got your type, ground, flying, underwater, transform, repair, passenger, your factions, your families. So you can go in here and I can uncheck all. And I want, oh, what is that thing? It's not a ruined strider. What is it? I have a cleft hoof. Now I'm I'm getting off on a tangent here. Horses. It's got to be a horse, right? Steeds. Flying steeds. There it is. Horned steeds. Lucid Nightmare. That's what I wanted. So the mount special for this one is pretty cool, right? And the cool thing about that is you can actually just look at the mount special here in the journal and put your character on it and do the mount special. It's pretty sweet. I like it a lot. So the other thing that you can do is you can filter by family like we saw, expansion. So this is really great if you are, let's do not collected. We're going to do all families, right? So let's look at just not collected, and then we can go in and we can uncheck all. And let's say we're going back and we're mount farming in Mist of Pandaria, then this will actually show you. You can look through and go, hey, here's all the stuff in Mist of Pandaria that I haven't collected, and then click on it and get a look at it. Right? So not everybody cares about the mount journal stuff, but I actually really like having this available. And then you can go in also and you can set your favorites as well. And show only your favorites. And the nice thing here, all right, collected. So you've got to right click on a mount, right? And then you can set it as a favorite, but you can go here and on favorites, you can do per character. So let me go ahead and uncheck this. We'll do our favorites, and it's showing only those right now. So I can go in and uncheck or check favorites per character if I want. And so I can like come in and say, you know what? I don't think the Hearthsteed is a good match for my monk. And I can remove it from my favorites. And now if I were to summon favorite mount, it won't be included in that. And this is pretty nice. And this will allow you to like thematically set mounts for all your different characters. And then with there is a mount journal macro that you can use that actually summons a favorite mount per character from the list that's available. There's a bunch of other options here as well that you can enable. I've never really messed with these too much. But one of the notable things is it shows you your total amount of mounts collected and the amount of mounts that this particular character can use as well. You've got your achievements in here, and this will take you straight over to the mount achievements. So nothing really that you need to set up on this unless you want to set up the per character favorites. You can go through and do that. I've actually already done that for the monk. So like I like all the dragon turtles on my monk. So these are in here as favorites, along with some like just account-wide favorites that I like flying around on or whatever on any character, like my Sky Reaver. I just think it's super cool. So I have this as a favorite for all my characters. Same with like the Nightwing and stuff. So yeah, that is that one. Let's see. Christian says, hi, greetings from Austria. Love your videos about Blood DK and Protection Warrior. Thank you. Appreciate that. Hopefully, going to be more to come in the future. Shadowlands is looking pretty all right so far. Pretty all right. That's a phrase I picked up from a coworker. I was like, what does pretty all right mean? Like, is that good? Bad? He's like, oh yeah, it's good. And I'm like, why don't you just say it's good then? It's pretty all right. Okay, so we've got our Mount Journal set up. Moving on, we're going to jump into... Let's see, I'm checking here for the ones that are the easiest before we dive into the more complicated ones. Just kind of get these out of the way. So World Quest lists. I have a video about a bunch of different options for World Quest lists. I don't think World Quests are going anywhere for the foreseeable future, so you're going to want one of these add-ons. You could check out that video for other options, but I personally like World Quest lists the most. So when you open up your map and you are looking at the world map, you kind of like have to hover over stuff and figure things out. And these World Quest add-ons basically just make this a much better, much easier, much more organized process for you. So I like to have one of these pretty much always. So World Quest lists, let's go ahead and move our chat box out of the way. This is World Quest lists. And it just kind of sticks a list out to the side. This lets you filter through your different world quests when you're on the map. So if I were to zoom way out to see the entirety of Kul Tiras, I'd have a big old list over here. Now you can customize your filters and sort and options and stuff. We'll get into that later. The main thing we want to work with here is our positioning. So if we go to options, we have a couple of different things here. So mainly what we want is we have our UI scale. We're at 100% right now. We can tweak that. We can also tweak the anchor. So what I like to do is you can go like bottom if you want, and it'll show up below your map. I'm not a big fan of that one. You can also go inside, and this will put it in your actual map. And I actually hate this because it's really hard to read what the heck is going on, I guess, unless you pump up the UI scale. This is also a really dangerous add-on because you can like get it stuck in your map and then like not be able to get it out. So what I actually like is free on the outside. So this will let you drag your list. And so what I like to do is put my list right here in line with the bottom of my map. And then I believe, maybe I'm crazy, thought there was a grow up option. Be nuts. Maybe I'm crazy. Yep, I think I'm crazy. Okay, well, what I like to do anyway is drag it down some because usually I have some sort of filters on. So, like, I don't care about, like, I don't want to see PvP or dungeons or professions or pet battle stuff. Well, these are okay. Or I'm going through and I'm like, you know what? I don't care about things that give me war resources or expulsum or mana pearls, or maybe I don't care about Azerite gear anymore or reputation, you know. So my list gets a little bit shorter, and basically this just lets you adjust it and put it wherever you want. In this case, I have a pretty big list because I'm looking at the entire like continent, but if I jump down to a zone, you can see that the options here get a heck of a lot smaller, and this window takes up a lot less room. You can also filter and stuff in here as well. Just depends on what you want to do. I don't want to get into the sorting and the filters as part of like setting this up right this second. Just this is here, and when you hit the map button, it goes away. Also, if you have something small like that, you could put it down here, wherever you want. Wherever makes sense. Based on what you need. If you like to see everything all at the same time, it probably makes sense to put it over here and just have a big old list. Or maybe it'll make sense for you to have a different World Quest add-on. So right now we're just going to pop this down here, kind of out of the way, keep it out of the way. We're not really going to open the map for much of anything else anyway, so we're probably fine. Don't forget to like the stream if you are enjoying it, or like the video if you're watching it later on YouTube. Johnny said, I learned how to blood DK thanks to your guides, and I loved it. Keep it up. Awesome. Okay. Next up, we're going to do Storyline. So Storyline is a awesome add-on. If I go up and I talk to, let's go talk to a quest person real quick, because this is going to show it off the best. So we have a quest giver right over here. All right, so by default, if I run up and I talk to this person, we're going to get this default sort of Blizzard interface, right? Which is modified by Aurora, so it looks pretty good. You know, with the rest of the interface we have going on. But what we're going to do is we're going to add a storyline. Now, there's another add-on you can use that you may like better called immersion. Not immersive, immersion. It does a similar thing, but Storyline does this, but it's a lot less complicated. So I prefer to use it, Storyline. Lost Soul, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Good to see ya. Okay, so now with Storyline enabled, when I talk to this person, I get a cool little like pop-up interface here with animations, and it scrolls the text. And like when you're first going through the zone and doing the quest, like I cannot express how big of a difference this makes to me actually wanting to like read the text and know what the heck is going on. So if this were a multi-window chat, like quest thing, it would actually do multiple windows. Right now it's putting it all into this one chat thing, but I can click and it'll show me the quest objectives, and I can decide to accept or whatever I want to do. Maybe there is, let's go see if there's a multi-window one. It's kind of a stupid turtle, but whatever. One of these down here might be like a multi-line one.
Well met.
Yeah, so here you go. So it's kind of, let me show this. Let's take Storyline off. Oops. Eggy, that's my wife. Okay, so looking at this here, this is just a big wall of text, right? You look at this, and honestly, I've been playing World of Warcraft so much that I automatically just go, okay, meet something, quest. Honestly, I just hit accept, right? I just hammer accept, and I'm like, all right, where am I going? So if we put Storyline on, then now all of a sudden this becomes like an actual like RPG style chat with an NPC that you might have in another game. So you can see it didn't give me the whole thing at once. It gave me like the first little sentence, and I click, and I can click through, and I'm clicking through all this different text here. There's also like hotkeys, like you can just spacebar your way through, which is fine. So we're here in this menu. We can resize the menu if we want to. We can make it larger or smaller. So if you want a really big window, you can have one. If you want to shrink it up, you can do that as well. There is kind of like a minimum. If you see the arrows getting red, or the numbers getting red, that means it's too small. But if you just kind of shrink it super small, it'll set it to as small as it can go. So like if I bring it out bigger and then check it in, it goes to the default minimum size. Settings. Let's move it over here. Jump into settings. So we have a couple of different things in Storyline. We got a couple of options here. So first off, you can show flavor text if you want. This is like Harbor Master, right? So I think if I add this, come back in, It's not showing it for him, so maybe that's not what the flavor text is. Merchants or fly masters. So let's go. Do we have? She's a merchant.
Good day to you.
Yeah, doesn't show. I don't know. That's not something I've ever really worried about. Hide the original frames. You definitely want that. Lock the frame. You can do that here, or you can just do that with the lock frame up here. Disable storyline in instances. This is something you could do, like, because sometimes these pop up like as you're playing, and you might not want storyline to cover a big portion of your screen when you're in a dungeon. And then same thing, Dark Moon Fair Island. So these are just kind of some common exceptions where you might not want storyline to be enabled. You can also adjust the text speed here. So if you want to jump it up and you want it to like spit out the text a lot faster, you can. So if you don't like the kind of like text printing out in the dialog box and you want to hit continue and like kind of read things in chunks, but you just want the text to show up, you can pump that up all the way to fast. There's some language adjustments you can make here. Text, so you can adjust the fonts. So I go in here and just going to update these all to the font that I like. So now everything is in Doris PP, and you can adjust the text size if you need to. I just leave it all at the default. And then miscellaneous options, keyboard shortcuts. So that's basically spacebar will let you go back, or sorry, advance. Backspace will let you go back, and then you have options to select dialogue choices using your keyboard instead of having to actually click, which I'll show that here in a minute. And then you can use animated backgrounds based on the current zone when possible. That just puts these back here. You may or may not have an animated background. So let's talk to this guy, and I'll show you real quick. So I can spacebar. Spacebar will finish out the text. If you don't want to let it, work all the way through, I can backspace to go back. And then when I get to an option, like over here, if I talk to her, so I can, you see the 1 and the 2, I can hit either one of those on the keyboard. So I can hit 1 and it'll actually select that option for me. So pretty cool. I really like this add-on quite a bit. I actually moved the majority of my stuff out of this area of the window. So that's typically where I put storyline. For right now, I'm just going to kind of keep it here in the middle of the screen because I'm not going to be talking to people anyway, and we can move it later. That way it stays out of the way of the interface. Okay, so that's storyline. Really nice. Really ups the immersion of the game. And like I said, I want to see the background. I want to see what I'm actually like playing. I want to see the zones, especially like with Shadowlands coming up. The artwork and the zones and environments look really awesome. I want to see as much as possible. And when I talk to an NPC, I want that immersion. I want that, that kind of like storyline, actual RPG feel instead of this generic, boring, quest window like what we're used to. So that's storyline. And I think that is probably 2, 3. Okay, we have one more that we're going to set up. And then we're going to get into the, I know we're already hour and a half in, and we're about to get into the stuff that is actually a lot more complicated. So last one we're going to enable here is going to be pawn. So pawn, I've shown this off before. What pawn does is it evaluates gear based on stat weights that you have determined in order to figure out whether a piece of gear is an upgrade for you or not. So I cheat for these, and I go to a website. It's not Icy Veins. Oh man, it's the other one. Let's see. Oh, no, I can't think of the name. It's going to drive me nuts. Oh, but it looks like maybe we can pull the codes from somewhere else. So you can go into /pawn. And this is going to show you a pretty ugly menu, but it's okay because you're almost never in here. So what you're going to do is you're going to come in and you can go to scale. You can go to manual to let me manage scales. And this is where you're going to be able to import or export scales. So for this whole stream, I'm only going to be setting stuff up for Windwalker. So we're just going to do this for one thing. So what you need to do is you can go in and you can manually do your own scales. And really what this means is you can come into weights and you can go, okay, how much do I value strength? Strength is worth however much you want to put in here. So for example, the default scale for pawn is showing that agility is worth 1.55 points. Stamina is worth 0.21 points. That means when pawn looks at a piece of gear, for every point of agility, it's going to total up, it's going to give it this amount of points. So what this means is if we have a piece of gear with 2 points of agility on it, it's going to be worth about 3 points for that piece of gear. If we have a different piece of gear that has like 10 points of stamina, it's only going to have like 2 points. So if you compare those two pieces of gear, pawn is going to say, oh, this one with 2 points of agility is better than this one with 10 points of stamina for you. And it's going to say, okay, it'll give those a percentage rating based on the current piece of gear you have equipped. And it'll say like, hey, if you have a piece of gear with no stats, then the stamina one is an upgrade by this percentage. The agility is an upgrade by this percentage. And then you could see, okay, if I equip the stamina gear, it's a 25% upgrade. If I equip the agility gear, it's a 33% upgrade. And that will let you pick pieces of gear and determine what you want to use. Like right here, you can see, let's go ahead and close this one. Down in the bottom of this tooltip, it says Brewmaster 51% upgrade, Mistweaver 28% upgrade, Windwalker 27% upgrade. So what this is telling me is that if I equip these boots compared to the ones I have on right now, which are these 310 green boots, these 340 boots will be that much of an upgrade for my character based on the weights for the stats for each one of these scales. So on the Windwalker scale, agility is worth 1.55 points. If we go over to the Brewmaster scale, agility is worth 14.18 points. So agility is worth a lot more to a Brewmaster. If we go to Mistweaver, agility is worth nothing, right? So those different scales are active on this character, and I can choose to show or not show any of them. Now, you may be looking at these scales and going, what the heck? What is going on? And that's where I typically just import a scale from a website. So you can use Simulation Craft for this. So let me see if I can pull one up. So we're looking at stat weights. Right. Okay, I found the website that I usually use. It's Noxic. So if I go to, let me see if I can pop this up for you. No, it's not wanting to cooperate. Okay, so if I go to Noxic and I go to Monk and I go to Windwalker, one of the options on here is to grab the pawn import code. So stat priority, and I can go in and grab the pawn string. So Noxic.com, then go class guides, whatever class you need, whatever spec you need. Click on stat priority, and then at the bottom, it'll have a pawn import string. So what I can do here is go over to scales, and I can import a scale, and I can paste in this code that I just got, right? This is Noxic, Windwalker, Monk, PvE. And you can get these from different places, but basically if I pop that in there, then this is automatically changing the scale. So you can see based on their scale, if I look at Windwalker, the default one, agility is worth 1.55 points, stamina is worth 0.21. If I go in and use the Noxic one, they're just saying straight up like, screw stamina, we don't care about stamina, agility is worth this many points. So now if I hover over these boots, you're going to see that the Noxic Windwalker Monk PvP is saying that these boots are a 33% upgrade compared to the normal stat scale saying they're 27% upgrade. So you can adjust these manually if you want to like really min-max and get into this. I don't. So I just typically use like an outside source for this. And it gives me it has proven to be very effective for me overall. So once you get in here and you have your weights set up, if I want to turn this one off, I can go in and uncheck show this scale in tooltips. So now when I hover over this, it'll only show me the Noxic Windwalker Monk PvE one. And I can also come in here and rename this to just Windwalker. And now it'll show me Windwalker, 33% upgrade. If I don't care about Brewmaster or Mistweaver, I can turn those off as well. So that's pawn. And basically I add these in here so that I have this available. This makes it so easy for me to upgrade my gear. And this is kind of the last of the supplementary add-ons that I use. So sorry about that. Like I said, part of the process. It took me a minute to remember what the heck the website was. It's Noxic, Noxxic. Yeah, Frosty Bear, you got me. I just had windows in the way. Good looking out. I appreciate that. Okay, so into the meat and potatoes. Meat and potatoes. All right, so we're going to start getting rid of stuff that we don't want on the screen so that we can replace it. And we're going to do this throughout the process, and we're going to do it with a combination of immersive and move anything. As much as possible, I want to use immersive, not move anything. Move anything is like the butcher. You know, like it will come in and it just hacks stuff out. It's gone. Other things, other add-ons can't bring it back, can't touch it. So as much as possible, I want to use immersive to go ahead and hide things as I want to. So we're going to activate immersive and make sure I've got all these other things on lock. All right. Okay, so immersive by default has already cleaned up. You can see how much cleaner the screen is just with the default immersive setup. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go in and we're actually going to make some modifications to this. So as you can see, let's go ahead. Let's do this again. So watch this time. I'm going to reload the screen. I want you to see everything is in and then fades out really quickly. All right. So our menus, our bars, our little character thing up here, our buffs, all this kind of stuff just faded out kind of automatically. Now we can adjust and tweak all this however we need to. So if we go into add-ons and we go to immersive, pop this open, and we can make our adjustments. So you can adjust your performance and do like a panic mode on startup. Panic mode basically just makes it so that everything shows up and then does whatever immersive does. So you may by default have it set to like never show this at all. Panic mode just makes it so everything shows up and then goes away. If you are getting into immersive and you're wanting to make modifications to what shows up, you need to make those modifications based on the UI that you're using. So if you have ELV UI, which is really common, a lot of people use ELV UI, you can use immersive with that to hide different things, and you'll change that here. Same thing if you use Took UI, which is just like a more sandboxy version of ELV UI. I'm using the default UI. So that's where all my settings and stuff are going to be. Now, when I get in here, for the most part, I'm going to be replacing almost all of my UI. So I want to come in here, and there's a few things you can do with immersive that can drastically change the way that you create your UI. For me, I kind of just butcher my way through a bunch of it because I don't need a lot of conditions. However, if I were to say, I want to show my buffs only when X, Y, and Z happen. The way I would do that is I would check buffs. So if I uncheck buffs, this should make it so now buffs don't go away, right? So that's the big key to this is if you uncheck the option, then immersive doesn't do anything, right? It leaves it as is. So if you always want to show your buffs, then you just uncheck this. End of story. If you don't want to, do anything else to it. If you want to hide your buffs, then you want to check this box, and then you want to, first off, check the mode. So you have 3 modes available: always hidden, conditional any, and conditional all. So if you do always hidden, it will always hide buffs. It will never show them no matter what. If you do conditional any, then you have this long list on the right-hand side, and you can check or uncheck these. And if any of these conditions is true, it will show the buffs. So I could set it so that this will show if I am AFK, right? So let's go ahead. We'll reload the UI. And you're going to see our buffs will fade out. And if I do /AFK, it's going to bring those buffs back in because I'm now AFK. And if I'm no longer AFK, it will fade the buffs back in. So that is conditional any. Now, if you do conditional all, that means every condition that you check must be true in order for this to happen. So we're going to use the same experiment. So now the buffs will fade, and we didn't change anything other than that condition. If I hit AFK, the buffs do not show up. And the reason for that is because under our add-ons, in order for the buffs to show up, since we have conditional all, I would have to be AFK with a debuff active in the arena, in the battleground, in combat, in order for the buffs to show back up. So if you really only want a buff to show up in a super specific circumstance, then you would use conditional all and check the boxes to set that up. If you have a variety of situations where you want buffs to show up, then you probably want to do conditional any, and then any of these will trigger that. If you never want it to show up, you can do always hidden. Now, this button here, enable hotspot, will enable the ability for you to show the buffs regardless of mode when you hover over them. So let's go ahead and uncheck this. We're going to reload. So right now we have our buffs set to always hidden. All right, let's double check that. Make sure that's true. Yeah, so always hidden. So our buffs will show up. It doesn't matter if we're AFK. It doesn't, the conditions don't matter. We have hotspot turned off, so the buffs will not show up on hover. You do still get the tooltips on hover, which is a little weird. And there's some ways to get rid of these that we'll get into later. But if we go back in and we go enable hotspot and hit OK, it's going to reload. It's set to always hidden. So once again, if we go AFK or whatever, it's not going to matter. But now if we hover over the buffs, they show up. But when we take our mouse away, they're going to fade away again. So that's basically everything you need to know in order to use immersive to hide and unhide the things that you want. The other thing is just the delay and the fade. So the delay is how long immersive will wait before it starts fading out your UI element. So right now it's waiting 1 second, and then the fade is how long it takes to fade. So it's waiting 1 second, and then it's taking 1 second to fade. So from start to finish, it's 2 seconds total for this to happen. Now we can set the delay. Let's set it to 5 seconds, and we'll set the fade to 5 seconds. This is just going to be for the buffs, okay? So you want to keep an eye on the buffs. So we're going to reload, and you're going to see everything else is going to fade away, but the buffs are going to stay up for 5 seconds. So everything else kind of fades away. Waiting on the buffs. They start to fade away, and it takes them 5 seconds to fade away now. If we hover over them, it's the same thing. When we move our mouse away, it's going to wait 5 seconds, and then it's going to take 5 seconds to fade them out again. So you can adjust that too. Maybe some things you want to disappear like right away. You don't care. You don't want to see them. Some things you want to fade out more gradually, or you want a little bit of a delay or something like that. This can be useful if, let's say, sometimes when you are in combat, you might be fighting an enemy, and for whatever reason, you kill an enemy and you leave combat, and there's a couple of seconds before you actually can pull the next enemy and get back into combat. So if you were to go in and have buffs set to show whenever you're in combat, then what would happen is you would kill something, and then in combat, you would be out of combat, and it would fade, and then you would hit something and go right back into combat, and it would have to come back up and fade and come back up and fade. Putting the delay on that, like the 5 second delay, means that you can kind of overwrite that gap between being in combat and say like, oh, I need to be out of combat for 5 seconds before the buff will fade away. So that's a situation where you may want to increase the delay or the fade time as well. So for my part, I mainly just want everything to go away. So I want always hidden on my buffs. I do not want the hotspot because I don't want to be able to hover over them and see them. These check marks don't matter if you have always hidden set. So don't feel like you have to change it to always hidden and then uncheck all these boxes. You don't. You just need buffs. I do no delay, no fade, always hidden. Then I go down to the next one. Raid members, same thing. This is just hiding the default UI. So always hidden, no hotspot. And I can come back and tweak these as I need to. The reason I got rid of the main The raid members is because I replaced them anyway, and we'll come back around to those later. Now, the main hotbar has enable by default, and I don't think there's a way to get rid of that, as far as I know. So the hotbar, I actually will just... Oh, sorry, there it is. Got it. Never mind. All right, so it'll be always hidden. Let's go ahead and reload this and make sure that stays true. So you'll notice like the buffs and stuff, they should instantly vanish. The buffs did not. All right, let's go back. Add-ons, immersive, default. Buffs, we've got no delay, always hidden. Fade. And they are not going away. So that's super weird. Okay, we'll come back around to that and figure out what's going on with it. So for right now, we're going to go through micro bags and bar. We do want that. We don't want hotspot, always hidden. We're going to go ahead and that's the reason there was a delay on these. I didn't put the delay bar down on the hot bar and stuff. All right, so buffs are good. Raid members are good. Hotbar is good. Bags good. Minimap. The minimap, I don't worry about the minimap at all. I like having the minimap up pretty much at all times, so I don't mess with that one. Hotbar bottom left. So this is where you get into, like, right now it's still showing the hovers for these bars here, even though the very bottom one isn't showing up, right? So that's what this is. So you get rid of this, always hidden, get rid of the hotspot, hotbar bottom right. And like I said, if you personally want to do something a little differently, I'm like unchecking these boxes thinking that I'm checking them. It's driving me a little nuts right now. If you want to do something differently, that's fine. Like if you want to show your hotbar left, then you can. All right. Get rid of the side hotbars. Objective tracker. This is your quest tracker, I believe. I don't bother with that. Order hall command bar. That's another thing. I don't like seeing that hardly ever. This is one of the things where, like, if you're in your like order hall or whatever and you want to turn it on for a while, you can. But it's at some point you just kind of stop doing some stuff during the expansion. I feel like I don't know how many of you guys are going back and running your like ship missions, but like when you're really doing that a lot because you're leveling and trying to build stuff up, yeah, have it on. But like when you're done with it and it's kind of pointless, you can turn it off. So party members, we're just going to fade. Like I said, we're going to fade all this stuff out by default, and then we're going to see if we need to tweak this when we enable our other add-ons that are actually going to manage these. So for right now, we'll just turn everything off. Pet action bar, you're going to want to leave on if you're playing a pet class. Player health frame is up here. We're going to replace that. So we're going to turn this off. Stance bar, that's another one if you are playing a class that has stances, druid mostly, then you're going to want to leave that on. Target health frame, once again, we're going to replace all this stuff. So if we need to come back in here, then we will. But right now what we're doing is we're just assuming that we are hiding all the default stuff. Okay, so let's go ahead and reload the UI and we'll take a look. Most everything on the screen should be gone.
Work complete.
Or not at all. For what are you doing, Immersive? You're messing up my video. Okay, buffs are on, always hidden. Aid members, main hotbar. All right, let's go ahead and let's see if this is what's causing the issue. It may be the 0-second thing. So main hotbar, always hidden, enable. Okay, so that should be this one down here, which currently isn't hiding at all. And that may be the issue, is putting it down to 0.
Work complete.
Yep, that's the issue. Okay. So we'll go back in. This is part of the process, figuring out why things are messed up. And it's going to be so much more annoying to put these back at 1 second than it was to put them at no seconds. So go me. We catch up on some chat in the meantime. Let's see, Mike Bennett. No way, I just found your channel the other day because of your UI videos. You rock. No, you rock. I'm glad you found the video. And yeah, hopefully this is going to help a lot of people kind of figure things out. And like one of my big goals with this video is I hope that you can watch it and you can just follow along and recreate my UI if you want to, but you can also just take what I'm doing and like make the modifications yourself and customize. Like I know a lot of people are going to want to use Bartender or maybe even LVUI, but if you use that stuff, hopefully you can kind of take these principles and use them to, you know, take your UI to like the next level. While I'm doing this, don't forget to like the stream if you're having a good time, if you're learning stuff, if you're enjoying things, or like the video if you're watching it later on YouTube. Oh my goodness, just one. I'm gonna go ahead and hit OK because I don't want something to happen to me. I have to go back and tweak all those 1 seconds.
Work complete.
Learn something every day. Okay, fine. And this is the boring part of setting up your UI. So I was on Objective Tracker, I think. Okay, that one's toggled off. Oh, this is... these little tiny tweaks are like messing with my carpal tunnel. Party members. Okay, so don't set it to 0. Don't do that. It's bad. Okay. Can I just scroll on these? No, can't. Definitely can't. Oh, so painful. This is what I would normally edit out in a proper video. Oh, my hand. Okay, I've got a Red Bull, but I feel like I need a beer. Messing with this crap. Oh, I think I'm almost done. This is like trying to resize an image. Oh, my hand. Oh, my goodness. Default them, fix them to hide them all next time. I'm not doing that. I guess I probably should, given my carpal tunnel. Okay, sweet. Oh my goodness, we're done. Yes, let's reload. Make her pretty.
Work complete.
Okay. We hit all the stuff. It's gone. It's not coming back. We're all cleaned up. Good to go. Now, a couple of things to note here. Some of the stuff is still going to show hovers, like buffs, right? And the little menu bar down here, like, hey, it's my adventure guide. This kind of stuff, if you really truly want to get rid of it, you need to do it with move anything, which we may or may not do. It just depends. I do like to get rid of the micro bar because sometimes it bugs out and it shows like the guild icon down here for whatever reason. I don't know. It's got a weird bug. And so sometimes wherever you put your micro bar, you might have it hidden, but it just bugs out and it shows this one like guild icon thing, and it's kind of frustrating. All right, so we've done immersive. We've got everything kind of sorted out as far as that goes. So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to set up our unit frames. Actually, what we're going to do first is set up our bags. Because we're going to set up our bags and our tooltips. And then the last chunk of things we're going to do is actually the primary like combat interface, which is going to be our unit frames, our weak auras, and our OPI keybinds in my case, which would be probably bartender in the case of a lot of you. So we're going to go ahead and do a couple of tooltip auxiliary stuff here. So I have 3 bag add-ons that I just want to run by you really quick. So the first one is Bagnon, right? So you want to use Bagnon if you just want one big bag. A lot of people do. So this is Bagnon. It's one big bag. You can go into configure, and this will allow you to change the bag up however you want. So you can adjust the number of columns, change the size, change the options, etc., etc. Bagnon is pretty straightforward, and there isn't a way to like split this up. The best thing that you can do is add the bag break to kind of show where your bags are. I used to like this a lot, but I really don't like it at all. So I don't use it, but it is really straightforward. It gives you one big bag, and a lot of people do like that. So I wanted to mention it. So we're going to disable that one. The next one is bod bag, and I actually have this selected as my bag of choice in my UI video. But there's kind of 2 parts to this, okay? So it depends on how much effort you want to put in, and I kind of want to put in a little more effort this time, so I'm actually not going to do bod bag this time. And this does change. It changes depending on the expansion, how much I'm into WoW, you know, what I want to accomplish. But bod bag is nice because it will actually allow you to break up your bags and stuff. So when you get into bod bag, right here, you can set up which bags are going to be joined. So if I uncheck this one, then this bag will become detached and become its own separate bag. So I can actually have a window, and this is going to get real weird, for each of my different bags if I want to. So I can have individual bags set up. And then if you click on the plus here, you can, let's see, where's it at? Actually, I don't think it lets you do it if they're all broken up. You need to have a joined bag. And then you can go assign to bag, equipment, consumables, and trade goods. So these are the only options available by default, but I can go assign equipment. And then I can clean up bags, and it will assign all the equipment to this bag. It won't assign only equipment to this bag, but it'll prioritize putting equipment in the bag first and then fill it up with other stuff. It looks like for the most part, it's putting the junk in here. And then I can go over here, and because I do have one joined bag, I can set parameters for the other ones. So this one here I can set to consumables, and then once again I can go clean up bags, And then this will put my consumables in here, and I'll try to shove everything else into the other bags. And so you can have like just the 2 combined bags. You can combine these 2. And basically what it does is it lays out your bags and it lets you join, like the check mark is combine these 2. This one will combine these 2 with this one if this is also checked, etc., etc. So you can kind of set that up. So if you wanted to say, just have a really small bag for your consumables, and then for this one, you wanted your trade goods, and then this one, you were going to have your equipment and then clean it up, then you can do that. So this is all my trade goods. This is my equipment plus other random stuff because this is my main backpack, so it shoves it all into there. And then this is consumables. So a different way to do this would be to like join these. And then I could have, I've got 3 groups here, but I could unjoin these and I could have my backpack for all my random BS. I could have this joint bag for all my equipment. Then I can have this bag here for all my trade goods. And I could have this bag for my consumables. And then if I clean it up, it should adjust. I think this one should be trade goods. All right, so now let's clean it up. Yeah, so consumables, trade goods, equipment, junk, and all my other BS is in my backpack. So this is a really straightforward add-on for bags that will let you have multiple bags and do some simplistic sorting. Okay, you can't do anything super duper complicated with this, but if you want to have a little more control over where stuff goes in your inventory, then Bod Bag will do that for you. Most of these bag add-ons are going to have a sell junk option in there, which will automatically sell junk when you go to a vendor. So you can do that. Also with Bod Bag, there's an enable mask support. So you can click this, hit OK. You're going to have to reload the UI. And then you can use the masks that I was talking about at the beginning of the video. So now if I open my bags, go to options, I have mask support. So I can load my options, skin settings, Bod Bag, and I can click in here and I can use my apathy setting. So really all that did, apathy adjusts the way these icons look. So this is kind of the skin that I liked. Can enable the backdrop, shadow, whatever you want to do there. You can actually get into Bod Bag. Over here in the background, you can change this to transparent, solid, whatever you want to do. So you can customize this stuff as well. But Bod Bag, I'm not actually going to use this time. I wanted to show it. Honestly, I like Bod Bag more than I like Bagnon just because of that little functionality there. Arc Inventory is actually the one that I'm going to use. And I've shown this off before. And here's the thing with Arc Inventory. It's like Bod Bag on steroids. Okay. So when you open Arc Inventory, you get something that looks like this. It looks like one bag, which I just told you I don't like. But it's actually not one bag. By default, it's set to one bag. But if I go into edit mode, you'll see that there are a bunch of different containers here. And these actually represent bars. So in Arc Inventory, your gear, your items are not tied to being in a particular bag for display. They're tied to these different bars. So right now I have one bar and it's the generic everything goes in this bar. So the easiest way to kind of show this off is I have a couple pieces of Azurite gear in here. And I will probably have a more in-depth video about this because this is, it gets a little complicated. I just kind of want to show you the example here. I can go in to, let's start with our configuration, okay? Make sure you can see this on the screen. All right, and let's go ahead and turn off edit mode so we can just kind of see our bags over here. We can go ahead and shrink this up a little bit too if we need to. We'll keep it like that. Okay, so when we get in here, you've got your profiles, all this kind of good stuff. Let's go ahead and change our font. Use Doris. Restack uses Blizzard cleanup. You can change this to the Arc inventory if you want. In here, you've got your profiles. If you want to mess with those, we're not going to mess with those right now. Auto open and auto close will let you select when your bags will automatically open. So this will open your bags when you talk to someone at a bank window. You can set it so that it doesn't do that. Pretty straightforward. Bonus IDs I haven't used, so I'm not going to worry about those. Junk, you've got the auto sell in here with some additional controls. So you can set it so that it will like show you, hey, we're going to sell all this. Is that okay? And then you hit okay. You could turn that off so it just sells it automatically. There's just more control over the auto sell in here. The menu, change the font size. New item glow. If you have a new item in your bag, it will glow. You can adjust those settings here. Settings for your priorities for your professions if you need those. Tooltips. So these are the tooltips when you actually hover over an item. So I like to add the empty line. So if we look at this here, let's look at the boots, okay? The boots say all the stats, sell price, comic book pal 1, backpack, and then Windwalker 33% upgrade. If we click empty line, that's just going to add a line after the sell price and keep it clear what is coming from an add-on versus what is in the default tooltip. So I like to have those in there. And then you can go in and you can change the scale. A bunch of other stuff in here if you want as well. We're not going to worry too much about that. This is stuff you all can get into the weeds in, and we'll get into the weeds in it when we like finally clean stuff up. Transmogrify. This will let you add a icon to things that you can learn the transmog for. So you can change the icon and you can change the color. You can change the position. So for example, if I hadn't collected this particular appearance, it would put a little icon down there in the bottom to show that. Going over to settings, this is where we can change most of our design styles and things like that. So we can change the scale. So let's do like 75% and just kind of shrink this up a little bit so it's not so darn big. We can change the padding, the width, and the height if we want. I'm kind of okay with just having this default thing here. We can change the background. So we can use solid, no background if we want no background. I kind of like the no background. Bag changer, we can hide that if we want. That's this thing down here at the bottom. I don't really need that, so I go ahead and hide that. The border style, we can do none if we want no border, or we can do the KT border so it will match everything else that we have going on. And then the color here, they don't have class colors, so you kind of have to like eyeball it. So like, like that's pretty close. Or what I actually just prefer to do for these is just make them black. Pretty straightforward. If you do want to add the background, the color here, you can do black and just scale the transparency down to match the rest of your windows and hit OK. Search, I don't use search in my bags, so I turn it off. Sorting, you can change this so that it sorts on different conditions. I like to have this so it sorts when I open my window. Just because when I close my bags and I reopen them, if new stuff got added, I can see where it gets sorted to. Status, that is this frame down at the bottom. I like to keep this up because it's where the currency is shown. So you can adjust things here, currency, money, full display, if you want. This one just tells you the amount of empty slots. I kind of prefer that one instead of trying to having to math it out. I can just go, oh, I've got 37 slots. Cool. You can change the scale and the font size for this as well if you want to reduce that. And then we have the title, which is this up here. If you want to, maybe boost this back up for whatever reason, make that a little better, or you can scale it back down. You can also totally hide it. The thing I don't like about this is that it makes this menu look really weird if you hide it. So I like to keep it. You can scale it down if you want to do like a 75. I like to keep it at 100 because we've already scaled down anyway. 100, not 200. And then you could just tone the font size down, put it to like 14, which is what we've been using for about everything else. And then also just set it to thin. So that lets me know. Comic Book Pal cleans it up, makes it a little better, and I can just focus on the items here. Now, the alternative is you can scale the items back up and then scale the title and the status bar down if you want to. And then the outline, this is just changing the text color. I don't particularly like having it bright green, so I just change it back to like a white. These layout menus don't really do anything. They just kind of store the options, but you don't change them there. So that's the window. The bars are actually these things here. When I hit edit, this is for each of these different bars. So you can change the anchor point, how many you're going to have per row. So this is a row, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 5 per row. If I were to change this to 3, it would change it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can make them compact, and you can show empty bars if you want. I just leave these off. The per row, that's going to change based on how you configure and how many filters you have. So we'll leave it at 3 for now. Into the background, we are going to change this and just make it the nice kind of like black that we already like. The border, we're going to use our KT border, and we're just going to keep the border color like the gray is fine. We're just kind of making it match Aurora for the most part. Don't need to change any of these other settings. You can change the name. So the name here, you can set a name for a bar. Like I can go in here. Let me see if I can pull this over and actually show it. I can set the name to backpack. So now this is my backpack, and that's all this does is it toggles the name on and off. I actually like having it. It lets me know what's going on with my bags. And then you can change the position and alignment if you want. So you can like put it at the bottom. But I just leave this as automatic. Change the color as well. Padding, you don't really need to tweak. And then you can get into the items themselves and kind of adjust these if you want to as well. There's not really anything much that you really need to do in here. You can change the item size, the padding. I like tint unusable. This will tint unusable items red. It makes it really easy to see what you have in your bag that your character can't actually use. The border, we want to change the KT border. Just keep that consistent. Cooldown, not worried about changing that. Empty slots, you can turn the icon on and off. I actually normally do something like that. Turn the icon off and just keep the background alpha level down. So you can crank that up, but I think that's pretty ugly. I don't mind this either. This is okay too. So it just depends on, what you want to do with it personally. Item age, I don't find this to be super useful. Item count, you can turn that on or off. Obviously, I like to keep it on. You can see what's on your stacks, but you can also change the anchor point if you need to. Item level, you could turn that on if you want and see the level of your items. This is good and bad. I turn this on when I'm doing legacy raids so that I can quickly just like vendor the stuff that has super low item level, like these are obviously trinkets or whatever that I got from doing a low level raid, like doing a legacy raid. So this will help me to just like get these out of my inventory really quick. But if I'm not doing that, then I prefer to have this turned off because it just looks, it's a lot. It gets kind of cluttered. So it's up to you. Turn it on, turn it off, whatever you want. New items. This is a nice effect to have when you get a new item. It normally will flash, but you can also set it so that anytime you get a new item, it goes into a separate little column for whatever the duration is. So by default, it's 2 minutes. And then status icons and overlays, you can adjust these for junk items, quest items, upgrades. Upgrades, I turn off. I basically leave it up to pawn for that. You can turn them back on. But I'm not sure what it uses for this. I'd have to look into it. It's probably tied to something, but if it's tied to pawn, this is actually pretty nice. But I would have to just double check. It looks like it is and isn't. So right here, it's telling me this pole arm is an upgrade when it's actually saying that it's not necessarily, but that might just be for some weird reason. So I turn them off for the time being. Custom categories, category sets, sorting methods. This is all like advanced stuff that you can get into. Same with this, and also same with your accounts and everything. So I basically showed you the general ways to customize the look. The only other thing I really want to show you right now is how to customize what goes into the different bars. So right here, we have bar 2. And what I want to do is, let's say bar 2 is going to be my consumables. So I can put the title in there, consumables. And then you have a couple of things. You can adjust the color, the width. You could take an action for it. You can set the sorting method for the individual bar. But the main thing you're going to do is assign categories to the bar. So consumables, I could go in and I could assign food and drink, right? Both of them. So let me go ahead. If I assign that, you're going to see that my food and drink jumps over to this bar. And it only takes up as much space as it needs. Let's take bar number 3 and we'll make this junk. Okay, so we go into categories and we can go system, let's see, junk, and we can assign, and now all my junk will go into this bar. So this is kind of like what Bod Bag does, but more complicated and a lot more controllable. So let's say we want to add our Azurite gear to a bag. Let's go in here and we'll do Azurite gear. Okay. Nope. Now for this one, you could go into system and you can go into equipment and you can see that there's an option for regular equipment, account bound equipment, and soul bound equipment. Well, neither one of these is specific to Azurite gear. So what we can actually do is go in and we can write a rule. So a rule will allow us to put in a condition, a manual condition, that will let us apply it to a bar and apply it to our bag. So let's do Azurite gear. And this gets kind of complicated, but I have an easy one here. And this one can probably cover the majority of what you want. So you do tooltip, parentheses, quotes, parentheses, and then all you do is you put in the text that if it's in the tooltip, it will count as being in this category. Does that make sense? So for Azurite gear, you want to look for something that's common across all Azurite gear, but not common across other types of gear. So one of the things that's really common is at the bottom, it says shift right click to view Azurite powers. So what I'm going to do is type view Azurite powers exactly as it shows up in the tooltip, because a normal piece of gear is not going to have that text on it. Now hit accept, and I have Azurite gear. And that is a rule. Now when I come into my bar for Azurite gear, I can go down to rules. I can click Azurite gear, assign, and then I need to jump back in. And it disappeared on me. Oh, here we go. Categories assigned, Azurite gear, and I just need to change it to enabled. And now all my Azurite gear is pulled into this window. Now, we're in the editing mode. If we turn it off, then this just goes back to looking like a normal backpack. It doesn't have all the weird stuff. It doesn't show all the extra columns and everything else. It only shows what you need it to show. Now, if I were to, let's go over here real quick. Let's turn on the sell junk. We don't want to test. Limit to backpack. Not worried about that. Okay, notify me and display a list. That's what I want. So let's run over to someone we can sell this stuff to. So I want to show you, if we go up to this person, we currently have like 2 rows of junk in our backpack. So let's auto sell that. It's gone. So when we open our bag, it automatically hides the junk bar because there's nothing in it. So this is another thing with Arc Inventory, is it will dynamically hide bags if they're empty. So if I didn't have any Azurite gear, it would just hide that bar. It would just go away. So this helps keep your inventory like really well sorted, compact. What I usually do is I have the backpack as a catch-all for anything that doesn't fit any of my particular rules, and then I'll set up rules for all the other stuff. So that was a lot about bags, but I wanted to cover the bases, and the big thing here is I wanted to show you how to set up Arc Inventory. Now, if you want to make really special rules, what I recommend doing is, as much as possible, just try to use the default categories, right? So come in here and just do consumables, potions, and you can assign multiple categories to the same bar. So if I went in here right now, consumables, food, and drink is assigned. I could go consumables, potion, assign, and now both of those are assigned to this bag. So it doesn't have to be one thing per bar. It could be multiple things. As much as possible, I would try to use that. Outside of that, I would try to use the tooltip trick. Outside of that, you got to go to the wiki and figure out how to write your own rules. So, or keep it simple and use bod bag or bagnon. All right, let me catch up. If you start drinking, you might cuss. I'm not going to drink and I'm not going to cuss. YouTube doesn't like that. Let's see. New bag ad. Haven't tried Arc. Normally use Addy bags. I used Addy bags at one point as well, but it was kind of like a mess, I guess. My mind is blown right now. Let's see. His B-Day stream. 5 hours before I started. Yeah, it was like 5 hours before I started swearing on my birthday stream. Red Bull isn't doing the job. Please put this out later. Can't watch this now. Hernfjord, don't worry about it. This is going to be a VOD on YouTube. Yeah, I'm definitely not streaming for however many hours and not saving this for perpetuity. Is that the word? I don't know. Arc Inventory is my best bag add-on. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Love the Arc bag. Liking the look of Arc so far. Yeah, you just gotta kind of customize it and tweak it. So yeah, bags out of the way, good to go. Okay, let's go through real quick and double check. Appearance tooltip. We can enable this. It's another simple, straightforward add-on. Some people have asked me about this. They've been like, hey, what is that? Appearance tooltip is super duper cool. Basically, it just shows the item. When you hover over it, it shows it equipped on your character so you can see whether or not it's cool. And it does have a couple of options. So you can zoom on worn items. You can turn that on or off so you can just see your character. If you want, like, if I don't want to zoom in on my character's crotch when I'm looking at pants, then I can choose to not do that. Same thing with zoom on held items. You can uncheck this and see what it looks like there. Wear your clothes, or you can not wear your clothes and be naked. It's up to you. You can remove clothes that would hide the item you're trying to preview. You can preview for tokens, which is really nice for running old content, because if you pick up like a, tier 4 set token, you can actually see what the heck it looks like, even though it's a token. You can display the transmog information, so that'll tell you in the window if you've collected the appearance or not. As you can see, I've collected all these, so not a big deal. You can do display only previews on items that the current character can collect. That's up to you. Rotate with the mouse wheel. You can do that. It doesn't work for me. It might be a different add-on that's causing some sort of issue, but I usually don't worry about it too much anyway. It can be kind of annoying on these weapon ones. So I like to keep these zoom in on held items kind of up, because, I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter what they look like on your character. You're just holding them. And you can set the model to spin if you want. So this will just automatically hands off spin the model around so you can see it. I'm not real crazy about that. And then you can change where the tooltip gets attached, either to the top bottom or to the left right. I usually like left right because it keeps it out of the way of everything else for the most part. And then you can turn on or off the custom tooltip. The other thing you can do is use a different model. So you can set it up so that it will always show up on like a female gnome, or we can do a Pandaren male. And now it'll show me what is wrong with the... Oh God. Oh God, it still has my Draenei's face like smeared across its head. What? That's so creepy. Oh goodness. Obviously I just use my own character. So, yeah, that's pretty straightforward, pretty simple. I like to have it, especially when I am farming for transmogs. If I'm not farming for transmogs, a lot of times I will just turn it off. So I don't lock that one in, and I'll probably disable it for now because we're going to mess with tooltips as we continue on. Let's see. Make sure I'm not missing anything else. Nope, we're pretty much good to go. So I am going to take just a couple minutes. I'm going to run to the restroom. When I get back, we are going to dig into the real like hardcore meat and potatoes here. We're going to do OPI for keybinds and our abilities. We're going to do shadowed unit frames to set up our player bar, our party bar, our raid member bars, our enemy bars. We're going to do tiny tooltip to modify our tooltips and get more information out of those. We're also going to do our weak aura setup for the Windwalker Monk. And I think I'm actually missing my tiny plates. Or tidy plates, or my plates, which I'm going to have to add back in here as well. And we're also going to do cast bar. So you guys give me just a minute or two, and I'll be right back. In the meantime, feel free to leave any questions you have for everything so far, and like the video if you haven't liked it yet and you're enjoying the stream. So, like I said, I'll be back in just a moment. All right, I'm back. Okay, so we're getting into the meat and potatoes now, and then we'll do like final adjustments and stuff as well towards the end. So we still got a ways to go in this tutorial, but I hope this kind of helps you see, like, if you were trying to just like recreate this UI in like 5 minutes, it's not going to happen. You know, you got to customize it to what you want, but also there's just a lot that goes into it. Obviously, it'd be going a little faster if I wasn't, you know, explaining and stuff like that. But yeah, when I was putting this together, it took me about the entire day to like go through different add-ons and figure out how I wanted to, you know, incorporate everything. And that's like after years of using add-ons anyway. All right, so enough with the hullabaloo. Let's get into some stuffs. All right, where's our chat window at? We're going to get this out of the way and shove it up here because we want our tooltip to be visible. Okay, so we're going to... let's see, do we want opie, shadowed? We're going to need... All right, let's do our player bar. So for this, I like to use shadowed unit frames. One of the reasons I like to use shadowed unit frames is because it just looks good by default. I don't have to do a whole lot to it, which is always great.
Work complete.
Okay, so you see a hot mess all over the screen, right? So we can lock frames and we can unlock frames. Right, that's going to be pretty important. So SUF is going to pull up the configuration menu for shadowed unit frames, which we can move around, and we're going to. If you want to see the frames themselves in the full glory of everything they are, you need to unlock them. When you lock them, it hides the stuff that's not relevant. The next thing you want to do will unlink frames. And this is, well, you don't need to do this. Pay attention to this, though. If you unlink the frames, right now, if I were to take, you know, this arena frame, it's all moving together. If I hit unlink frames, this will unlink this grouping so that I can put like arena 1, arena 2, arena 3, arena 4. Like if I wanted to go horizontal with them manually for some reason, then I would do that by unlinking the frames. Generally, I am not going to do that because most of these are already set up in groups that make sense. So you don't really need to do this. Just keep in mind that locking frames hides them. Unlocking frames shows them again. So like I'm not in a party, but I can adjust all the settings here by having the frames unlocked. Okay. So a couple of things here. We can click on advanced options if we want them. I usually like to toggle them on. That'll give me more control over what's going on. We can change a bunch of stuff. We're going to get into everything. This is going to take me, you know, I'll probably have to float through here and figure some stuff out as we go. So first thing I want to do is break up and make sure that I have all the individual frames kind of in their own space. So we have battlegrounds, we've got arenas, we've got boss frames. Let's pull this out of the way. I'm just going to stick this over here behind my camera. We've got our boss frames. We have party frames, player frames, and this is the whole shebang. Player, pet, target, target of target, focus target, all that kind of good stuff is all in this chunk. So in general, when you're in here, this is going to cover broad settings that apply to the entire set of frames. Okay. When you get in here, you can enable and disable units. So this can kind of help you clear things up right away. So if you want to mess with raid frames, you enable them here. If you want raid pets, you enable them here. If you are never in a party and you're super antisocial and you never play with anybody ever and you never want to see your party, you can just disable the party frames altogether and not have to mess with them. So you may not want boss frames, or maybe you do. So you turn all that stuff on and off here. Like I don't do arena ever at all. So I just turn the frames off and I don't worry about it. Battlegrounds I might do sometimes. You can get in and add even more stuff to the battlegrounds if you want. Same thing with party. So my party menu is here. I can turn party pet on, party target of target. Like, so I can turn this into a much more complicated window if I want to. So all that stuff is going to be in the enabled units. As you enable and disable units, you're going to see that unit configuration is going to update to match. And this is where you go to adjust that individual unit. So if I'm in here and I want to adjust stuff within party pet, I'm going to go to party pet and I'm going to adjust everything within these options. And you can kind of see how this is starting to get pretty, not complicated. There's just a lot going on, right? It's getting really busy. So we're going to pop up to general and make some general changes. So auras are going to be these little things here. We can change the border style. And you can see those adjust. They're kind of small right now, but that's okay. You can do none. You can do whatever you want. We can do KT flat. And we can just do dark. You know, you can adjust this. I usually make these frames bigger. So you can adjust these as you need to. Background and border color. So we have a kind of purpley border color here. We can adjust this. Let's make it red. Just hit OK. That way we'll know what the heck this border is, because right now it doesn't look like it applies to like anything. Background. Got chat frame. Let's see. Once again, not doing a whole lot here. We're just going to do solid. Border, we can add a border if we want. KT border. Font, we're going to change this to our Doris PP. And we're going to change the size, bump it up. I like to keep everything at about 14 and adjust from there. I do not want an outline. Bars, we can override the color of the bars if we want. We're not going to mess with that either. Generally, I like to make minimal tweaks whenever I can. And then come back later and adjust them if I need to. Like right now, I upped the text. We can go ahead. Let's put the text back down. We'll come back around to that. 11. Okay. Colors. I don't change too much here in the colors. Sometimes I do change the health indicators. But I don't need to do that right now. Range checker, you can put these in. I'm not worried about that. Text management, also not worried. And same with layout manager. So most of the stuff here, you're mainly just going to be in the colors in the general tab. But there's not really too much to worry about in there. Where everything is going to come into play is when you get into unit configuration. So global is going to, you can set what will be modified when you change settings in the global tab. So if we pick player, then we can go in and we can actually change a bunch of settings for multiple frames at the same time. So we'll just go ahead and probably, let's select everything. So we can change the scale if we want to. So we can go ahead and just like, this is going to upgrade everything to like 125%. We can change the height, we can change the width, and remember this will change it for everything. So if we like never want to see power bars, we can uncheck them and get rid of them. If you never want to see power bars for your party members, you're going to do that through your party frames. So this just lets you change things all across the board. So bars, I like the power bar. I don't want to get, these are things like, do we want to get rid of these on every single character? And the answer is no. So we'll leave these the same. Widget size, portrait. I don't want to show that as a bar. I think we're good here. Everything else we can probably leave the way it is and just come back if we find that we want to make a global adjustment to one of the frames. Okay, so the most important frame that we're going to be messing with is the player frame. So with the player frame, this is one that we actually do want to go unlink frames. We want to pull the player frame out. We want to pull the pet frame out. And then we can actually leave the pet frame here. And then we can, it's just hopping wherever it wants to. Okay, so we'll move all these up here out of the way for right now. Now, you know whether or not you use these frames, so it's up to you what you want to keep or what you don't want to keep. But mainly, I just wanted to break the player frame out by itself because this is the one that I care the most about. We can make small adjustments to the other ones as well. The main thing we're going to change is like positioning, which you kind of just have to figure that out with how you set up the rest of your UI. And we also might change size and what information we have. So let's focus on the player frame first. So you can enable or disable the portrait. It's up to you. I usually get rid of it. But if you want to have the portrait on here, there's a couple types. You got the 3D one, which you can see if I lock the frames. You can see the little portrait there. We can change that to 2D, so it's just a picture, or we can just show the class icon if you want. You can also change the position so that it shows up on the opposite side if you want to. So for right now, let's leave the portrait off. So we just have like our health bar. This is how I set up just showing the health bar instead of using like a weak aura. You can do it with a weak aura, but this is way easier. So we have our portrait. We have our combat fader. We are going to enable this so that it fades out if we're not in combat, but we're not going to do it right now because we don't want it to fade out while we're not in combat while we're trying to edit it, right? Border highlighting. You can change this so that it'll highlight the border when you are hovering over the particular target. I don't find that super useful, so I don't really do it. You could turn chi on or off. You can set it to hide when it's totally empty. So if you always want the bar to show up there, you can. If you want it to be gone, if you don't have that resource, you can as well. So rage, for example, if you don't want to show your rage when you don't have any, you can just turn it off. I just leave it. It's not a big deal. You can also change the growth so that it grows from left to right or right to left. Combo points are also available. Same settings. And then combat text. So you can set this if you want to. So for the most part in here, you're just kind of setting your portrait. You're going to set your combat fader. And then everything else is like optional depending on what you want to do. The frame itself, we can keep it at 125 or we can actually boost it up if we want because it's the player frame. So we could go ahead and make it even bigger if we wanted it to be bigger. I'm pretty cool with just having it at the 125. We can change the height and width. We can change the anchor point. So anchor point doesn't matter too much if you are just moving it around on the screen. Anchor point will allow you to anchor it to another frame, which we're not worried about doing. We can set the position manually if we want to, or we can set it based on specific points. Really, we're just going to move it around and adjust it, and we can use these for like fine pixel point adjustments, which we'll do after we kind of have the rest of the UI together. All right, so bars, this is what we really care about. We have the power bar and the alt power bar. We can color the power by power type or by class. Generally, I stick with power type. That usually is themed to match the class. But like, for example, if you were a warrior, warriors have a brown class color. And normally rage would be colored red. But if you had the class, it would be that brown instead. I usually just keep it at the default power type. You can have your stagger bar. There is a little XP bar you can put on here, but we've got our XP bar at the bottom that I like a little better. Health bar, you can totally turn it off. You can also color the health by class, health percentage, or just make it a static color. I like to do it by class, matches the theme. Your heals and absorbs, you can show that in here. It like adds to your health bar to show like how much damage you'll be able to absorb. Same thing with incoming heals, absorbs, etc. Statue bar is not something that is relevant. Empty bar, you can add an empty bar and color it based on different options. I'd never have this turned on, and you can enable the cast bar if you want to. So do I have something I can cast? I have Crackling Jade Lightning if I have a target. So we're going to actually set up our own cast bar using a different add-on, but if you don't want to, you can use this one. I usually keep it turned off because I use a different add-on for the cast bar. Widget size. So once again, this is just going in, and this is kind of changing some of our options here. I usually don't mess with this at all. Auras, you can go in and enable your buffs. Usually this is where I do like to keep my buffs for the most part. I keep them on here, and there's a reason for that. One, I don't want to bother with them up here. Two, I don't want to totally control my buffs through weak auras until I know I have them all covered. So sometimes what's going to happen is, you might be wondering if you have a buff because you didn't think to add it to weak auras. So having a backup of showing it below the bar is always really nice. So I do like to put that on there. You can filter, and you can turn off your auras so you don't see the buffs that you constantly have up all the time. So I like to turn those off because these, I don't really care about these, right? They're just up all the time. And then you can show just your auras or all auras as far as cooldowns go. And then you can also do the same kind of stuff for your debuffs. This kind of stuff I usually don't tweak until I get into combat. And then I'm like, oh, okay, well, this looks really awkward. I need to shift this here or there, change this or that. So I don't worry too much about this other than just making sure that it's there, it's accessible, and I, for example, like turn off auras. Indicators, these are the little icons that kind of pop up around your bar. So you can turn these on or off. You can turn your role indicator on. I'm not worried about that for me. Like, I know what my role is. I usually have these on for like the party members, so I can keep track of who's the healer or who's the tank. You can change anchor points and all that kind of good stuff here. We'll get to that later. Combat or resting status. So this is one that I think kind of just is in the way. And so I leave it on because I want to know when I'm rested, but I usually change it to like left top or top left or something like that. And I actually offset it so that it is not actually on my bar. It's just kind of like near the bar. So something like that. So that way it doesn't cover up any of my information. It doesn't look cluttery. It doesn't look weird, but it's still there if I need it. And you can do whatever you want to with that. But I like to just kind of stick it there and just go, yep, okay. Same thing here. All these other ones are really just your other indicators. And most of them, you're just going to see them when they happen and decide whether you want them or not. The only one that's like usually always there is the combat / resting status. So that's the only one I mess with initially. And then text tags, you can actually make some adjustments here to different things. So in the health bar, you can go in and left text. So this would be your name. It's going to let you change the anchor point. So you can change this to like, we're on inside center left. You can change it to top left. Yeah, you can change it left bottom. You can put it wherever you want. Inside center left is usually where you want it. You can change the width, size, and offset here. When you go into left text, specifically, this is where you can change the information that is actually displayed. So you can like uncheck unit name. It won't show your name. You can get class specific, and that's going to throw an error at me, which I kind of expected. So all this stuff can be adjusted here. And you can also go in and specifically update the text here if you want to change things. Now, I don't usually mess with the name too much. I will mess with the right text because current max HP, you can put that in there. You can also put in like a percentage if you want to. So like percent HP instead of current max and just show you're at 100%. And this will drain down and be like, oh, I'm 33%, etc. I like to put this on my enemies sometimes because especially if I'm on like a warrior and I want to execute and I know like, oh, they got to be 35% health or less, then I can keep track of that percentage, which is a little more important to me than some vague like 145,000 sort of number. So you can put that there if you want. And for myself, it's kind of whatever. Like, does knowing I'm at 90.4K do anything for me? Not really. I kind of like percent HP, but this will change based on, you know, what I'm doing and how specific I think that number needs to be. So that's for the health bar, which is the top bar. Then you have your power bar. You can adjust this, your rune bar, stagger bar, statue bar, etc. So all that stuff is here. That's going to change based on the character. It's going to change based on your role, but you'll tweak all that stuff in here. And so what you'll do is you'll do that for all of the different, all of the different bars that you have. And we're not going to worry about them too much right now. We're going to worry mostly about the player bar and making tweaks and adjustments to that. But you can see here what it's going to look like with combo points, you know, chi points or whatever filling up and that kind of stuff. And actually, I believe as a Windwalker monk, don't think we need the power bar. Oh, yeah, we do. We have energy. Duh. Okay, so we do need the power bar. Yeah, so you can kind of get a feel for what your stuff is going to look like with everything on it. Like you can see here, we've got the indicators. Like right here, it's showing leader assist. If I were to turn that off, it would let me know, okay, I'm not the leader or assist, master looter. So if you want to fully edit, you can do that stuff here by just unlocking the frames too. But mainly what I wanted to do with this is just kind of get our player bar situated. And we're just going to chuck it over here. For the time being, we're going to lock our frames. And that is going to be the place that we're going to start as far as having our like overall UI put together. It's just getting our player frames sorted out the way that we want it to. And actually, I do see that border now. And that is super annoying. So let's go ahead and, let's do none and border, none. Okay, yeah, there's like a red line on the side there. Okay, that's gone. Cool, so that is our player frame, and we're just shoving it off to the side. We'll make adjustments to it a little bit later. So the next thing that we're going to do, like I said, we'll come back around to the party frames and all that kind of stuff. Like, I can show you how I do that, but at the end of the day, that's super preference based. Like, what icons do you want to show? What information do you want to show? That's all kind of up to you. Let's see. You can download loads of strings for weak auras now. Yep, you can. Don't forget the bell for notifications. Oh, yeah, for subscribing. Yeah, hit the subscribe button, ring the bell, all that kind of good stuff if you're enjoying the video. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to pull in our tooltips. My pen doesn't want to write. Okay, so we're going to go to our add-ons and we're going to do tiny tooltip. Just the tiny tooltip.
Work complete.
Okay, so now we have a updated tooltip. As you can see, it's a little bit crazy. The add-on actually does a whole lot of stuff. You can see here we've got like really fancy kind of like overkill stuff. We're like showing the character model and like all kinds of stuff. There we go. Okay, so /TT gets us to the tooltip menu. And then we're going to customize this and make it match the rest of our UI. So right now, it obviously looks a little overkill for the like theme that we're going with. It's a pretty cool tooltip just by default, but we want to kind of update it and change it. So what we're going to do is border corner. We are going to do KT border. All right, so we already have the box instead of having the default sort of rounded look. Easy enough. The background file is rock. And I think we just want alpha or solid. Either way. I think we're going to do alpha. Okay. And then cursor position. This is going to determine where the tooltip is in relation to our cursor. Right now we have cursor right. So we could change it if we wanted to. Okay, so that's just the middle of our cursor. And we can change the anchor here. So this should change it so that it anchors. Our cursor is going to be here and the tooltip will be this way. If we put it here, our cursor will be at the top right. And the tooltip will be down below. Now, I like to have the cursor down here so that it kind of is staying out of the way of the center of my screen as much as possible. You could do center as well if you wanted, like center top. That kind of keeps it pretty neutral. So let's do that. All right, so we're in the middle here. You can also set it to static as well if you want. Like if you don't like it being on your cursor, you can set it to static and it'll just show up in one spot. I like it being on my cursor though, because it lets me know like I'm hovering over this guy and this guy is over there. It kind of helps me determine where people are at instead of just popping up in the bottom. And this return in combat is something that I like to have on, because what will happen is when you're in combat, the tooltip will pop back into this corner. So this is good because I can reach out here and be like, oh, I want to attack this guy, click on him, and then when I get in combat, this will pop back down into the corner so it's not taking up my screen space. So you can do that as well. I like to have that on. Color item border. This has to do with the tooltip here, but this tooltip doesn't really change based on tiny tooltip. We're mostly just worried about these sorts of tooltips, enemy tooltips. So we can turn those off. And that is pretty much good to go as far as the generic stuff. We can tweak the background if we want, but as you can see, the background is being overwritten by default. So what we want to do is go into player. And in player, we want to make our adjustments in here. So I don't want to show the model. That's overkill. So we just take the model off. I don't worry about target and target of target very much. You can change the class border to be colored. So colored border, you can set it to class, you can set it to default, faction. So if I change to faction, like everybody in here, their border is going to be friendly. It's going to be green. I like having the class border and I like having the default background so that I can tell easily this is a mage, but I also don't see a giant blue tooltip. So that's where I kind of like to see those. You don't need to make adjustments to these here because we are hiding them globally here. So if we jump back to player, you can change some of the other options here. So faction big, we can take that off, and then it gets rid of that big faction icon. If you see that, it's got the big alliance icon out to the right. We can turn that off. We can turn off raid icons, role icons, PvP icons, all these kind of icons. And for the most part, I don't worry about the role or raid. I do care about the faction. The class icon I normally turn off because I'm going to be able to tell just based on the color. So I know that's a druid. I don't need an icon to tell me that. That's a paladin. What else we got? Priest, Death Knight. If you know the class colors, you're pretty much good to go. So then we have the title. I don't care about people's titles, so I turn them off. Name is fine. Realm is up to you. I usually don't care about realm. I don't care about status. I don't care about their guild name, their guild rank, their guild realm. Level, I do want to know. Faction name, I don't need to keep in there. I either keep faction name or I will get rid of the faction icon. Like I keep one of those, right? And actually, we'll get rid of the icon. So 120 Alliance Worgen Druid. I don't necessarily care about the race. Like race is important, like if you're PvPing, so you know what racial abilities they have. But I'm usually not. So 120 Alliance Druid, cool. And zone if you want it. I'm not worried about that either. So this is super simple. Shengar, 120 Alliance Druid. That's my tooltip. It shows up right where I put my mouse, so I don't have to constantly look into the, bottom right-hand corner of my screen. And this isn't super relevant for players, but let's run out real quick and take a look at how this works for enemies. Which I'm not going to be able to fight because I don't have my keybinds and stuff set up yet. We'll just run over here. World quest list. I do not want... It's fine. I'll come back to that. That's not going to happen too often. Let's see. Can we get to some units out in the water? So used to be on my warrior. But okay, so now we're out here. And if I hover, I can easily see exactly what this is in front of me. It keeps me facing forward. It keeps me looking at the actual terrain and not hovering over this and then looking down here to, figure out what I'm actually looking at. Now, the thing is, if I were to come up here and see if I can get into combat with one of these, I think I could probably just punch one to death. Okay, so now that I'm in combat, you can see the tooltip is back in the bottom right-hand corner. So it's not cluttering up my screen up here. Also, am I going to be able to kill these guys? Let's blackout kick. Oh, come on. Let me do it. No? Oh, whatever. Just going to punch him to death. I'll check chat in the meantime. Let's see. Don't forget the... Okay, what tooltip, Adam, was that? This is Tiny Tooltip. Robbie, Tiny Tooltip. Steve says, got to the stream a little late, but I'm sure the VOD will be really helpful. Thank you for the excellent content. Yes, the VOD will definitely be up as a reference point. Okay, so I'm in combat. We're good to go. Tooltips in the bottom. I'll hit this guy, and as soon as I am out of combat, now my tooltip is back in front. And that's the majority of what you want to do with the tooltip is that. And you can make some minor adjustments to positioning and stuff like that. Yeah, this is always fun. Like I said, when you start getting into situations like combat, or you go out to do, a raid or a dungeon, and you're like, wait, what is this? Why is this here? How do I get rid of this? How do I move this? And so it's just it's a process. Also, my keybind for run got reset. Okay. Get on a mount, fool. All right, so the main thing was cleaning up those player tooltips. The enemy tooltips pretty much look pretty good by default. The NPC ones, you can turn off some of these options here, some of the other stuff. You just go through and clean them up the same way you would the player. Like I said, most of what I do is I kind of get everything looking good for me. Then I go out, I fight some stuff and figure out where I need to make some changes. I get into a dungeon and I figure out where I need to make some changes, and it's an iterative process from there. So that's the tooltip. Next thing that we're going to do is, let's see, we have our cast bar if we want to use it, but we're going to skip that. And before we get into any of that kind of stuff, we're going to want to set up OPI, or I would recommend bartender if you don't want to use OPI. So for OPI, I have OPI and OPI mask. And those are both, they're not mandatory in either case. So this is the one part of the tutorial that I would say is definitely probably not going to match what you do. It might, but probably not. So what I would do at this point is I would get bartender, figure out how you want to set up your action bars around your screen, and set up your keybinds and everything else. For me, I'm going to do that through OPI. And most people who have checked out a video know that I use this. They know why I use this, but I will let you know. I've got carpal tunnel nerve problems in my wrists, and so stretching my hands all over the keyboard is a huge chore for me. It makes my hands hurt. It drastically reduces the amount of time that I can play. So the solution that I have come up with is to use this add-on called CirclePly to basically use all my combat abilities, set up my hotkeys. They are hotkeys, okay? People all the time get that confused because it doesn't look like I'm using hotkeys when I use the add-on, but I am. The other alternative would be to potentially use a controller, but you lose even more precision and response time doing that, I think, compared to using something like OPI. So let's get into it. I actually have a very in-depth video about how to use this. So I am only going to set up the core wheel here. And you can refer to that video for a more in-depth look at how to set that up if you want to. Mainly we need to get this out of the way because I have to be able to use abilities to do the rest of the UI. All right, so I'm going to center my rings at mouse. I'm going to make rings topmost. I am going to not worry about that. Quick action at ring center. I do want that. Show cooldown numbers. I can't remember if I want this or not, so I'm going to leave it. Show tooltips. Can't remember if I want that or not either. And that's pretty much good. That is all we need for that. So we're going to hit OK, make sure that saves. Then we're going to go in and we're going to go to our rings and we're going to make a brand new ring. And we're just going to call it core. Okay. So we're going to bind this to W. And now you can see there's a ring here. Now I have to hit W to make the ring come up. And then I just flick my mouse to select things, which you're going to see here in a minute. All this stuff can stay the way it is. Totally fine. Don't need to change that. The next thing you want to do is add a slice. So we're going to go in and we're going to add some of our combat abilities. So we need Blackout Kick. Let's see. We're going to want to add Crackling Jade Lightning because we're going to need that for our cast bar. What else? Fist of the White Tiger, Fist of Fury. Rising Sun Kick, Tiger Palm, Whirling Dragon Punch. Yeah, it's probably too many. Yeah, we'll take off Lightning and put it on a different one. Okay, so now that I've added these slices, they show up on this ring. And so I'm holding down W, right? And that has all my abilities here. So the next thing I want to do is change the order of them. So I put my spammable ability at the top, which for Windwalker Monk is going to be Tiger Palm. And then I kind of have a like set way that I, do things after that, which is basically I put my AoE-ish abilities over here, and I put my kind of like single target and finisher abilities here, and my oddball ones here. So we're going to do Blackout Kick, and let's see. I think we're going to do... Doesn't really matter at the moment. This doesn't need to be perfect. Let's just do something like that. So we've changed up the order of the abilities in here. And we're going to go into Tiger Palm, and we're going to set allow as quick action. So what that does is if I hit W and I don't flick the mouse at all, it'll automatically do Tiger Palm. So this means W equals Tiger Palm. Hold down W, flick the mouse equals anything else on the wheel. And that's going to set us up to at least get started on some of the other stuff. So the one thing we do want to do is go into Mask, Load Options, and we want to go to Skin Settings, Opie, and select Apathy. Just going to hit OK. So that changes our icons. I like these better. I think they look nicer. And you can make adjustments to these as well. So what I need to do is decide. Okay, so Tooltips, you could turn these on or off. It's kind of up to you whether you know what your abilities do or not. In my case, I generally don't show them. So now I'm just, doing this or whatever. Hopefully you know what your abilities will do. So let's go over here. And we're going to attack this thing. So we just did Tiger Palm. And there's no cooldown on this, so we're going to use something with a cooldown. We're going to use Dragon Punch. And yeah, so I think we do want to add cooldown numbers. Okay, and this might be an interface thing. So let's go into interface. We want game, combat. Nope, not combat. Where was this at? I'm going to reload. See if we needed a reload for the cooldown numbers.
Work complete.
No, they're still not showing up, so there's some kind of issue there. And I actually am going to turn the cooldowns. Or the tooltips back on. I wish I could customize these. Maybe we'll get into it later. But anyway, that's got a Circle Pie, Opie ring set up for us, which is really all we needed. Go ahead and add this one too. Put this on T, and we're going to add macros. And it should be Mount Journals macro. Oh, and I need to set it as the quick action. And of course, it doesn't want to work. Oh, that's probably an old macro that I have. Which is probably why it doesn't work. So we will actually just do mounts. Summon random favorite mounts. That's right, I was using this one anyway. Okay, so now I have a mount button. That will help a lot because we're going to be in and out of combat quite a bit here. Okay, so we've got some abilities set up. We'll set some more up as we go. And tiny tooltip. Circle pie. Ah, there it is. Neat plates. So I actually have to install neat plates real quick. It's the one add-on that I missed. So let me get that added. It'll be neat plates, and then we'll go into weak orders and bring it all together. Oh, it is showing as installed. Weird. Do I have it in here? Oh yeah, there it is. Holy cow. It's sitting right there. All right, so let's do our plates.
Work complete.
Okay, so you can see that our plates have changed. These are nameplates, and they are just kind of what shows up above the enemy when you're fighting them. I am currently using neat plates. It's not the most complicated of plate add-ons, but it's also not the simplest one that you can get. There's a couple different ones that you can use. I honestly might change and use something else, but we are just going to kind of set this up for the moment. So we just come out here and take a look, and we're going to go neat plates, and we want to rotate this so we can kind of see some of these plates. All right, so you can just change the theme by default. I think Alvara is the one that I like. Might be graphite. I like graphite, but graphite is also... Quattra's not bad. I like something nice and like flat. Wow, that's pretty brutal. I think I'm going to go with Alvara. I like that. Profile selection, we're not worried about. Profile management, we're also not worried about. Automation, blah, blah, blah. All that kind of good stuff. Not too worried about that either. We're going to go into our profile, and this is where we actually change stuff if we want to. So I think for right now, I don't like having friendly health bars turned on unless they are players. And then for enemies, all NPCs, elite units, enemy players, active damage units, that's perfectly fine. You can change the nameplates so that they are not clickable, but I like being able to click on the nameplate or the enemy. Sometimes the enemies all clump up and you want a particular, like, to hit a particular enemy, and it's easier to click the nameplate than it is to click the enemy. So I don't like turning the click-through on. You may want to turn click-through on for friendly health bars if you're not a tank or a healer. If you're a tank, you may have like a protective ability you want to use. If you're a healer, you definitely want to be able to click on your party. But you can turn that off potentially if you are DPS. So health bar view. So you can change the enemy health bar colors, name colors. This is where you can do all the customization in here. I don't really mess with this when I'm setting up my UI until I start fighting and I realize that I don't like something. And then I go in and kind of tweak it, which we'll do after we kind of have a general setup going. My voice is dying out on me, man. 3.5 hours of stream. This is ridiculous. I need some soothing honey tea or something. Hint, hint, weak, weak. Eggy, if you're around. Okay, so we're just going to leave this at default for the moment. And like I said, we'll get into some battles and stuff, and we'll make adjustments as we need to. Okay, so the rest of this, we're going to get into weak auras. I know a lot of people are really, really looking forward to weak auras. So, congratulations. Here we go. So, as you can tell, there's not a lot going on with my UI right now, right? We've got on screen, we have an XP bar. We have our quests, our minimap bar, buttons, and our player health bar. And none of them are set up perfectly or anything right now. They're just on screen, so we have them available. The rest of my interface for combat and everything else is built out via weak auras. And there's a heck of a lot that you can do with weak auras. And I just kind of eventually realized I could build the UI that I wanted with it and started doing that. So we're going to get a little closer to a ballpark here. We're going to open up shadowed unit frames. We're going to unlock the frames. We're going to throw our player bar over here somewhere, so we kind of have an idea of where our health is going to be. And then we're going to build up our weak auras around this. Okay, so let's enable weak auras. Woo! Yeah, woo! All right, don't forget to like the video if you're enjoying it. I apologize if my voice gets all weird. I've been talking for like 3.5 hours straight. But we're getting into weak auras now, and that's what people are excited about. So, weak auras, you can do several things. As Frosty Bear said, you can go to some websites and just straight up download weak aura strings. I'm going to be compiling those and making them available as I can on my channel Discord. Normally that is available only through Patreon, but you can access all the Patreon content for as little as $1 a month. But right now, because of everything that's going on, lockdown situation, work from home, all that good stuff, the community Discord is open for everybody, totally free. You don't need to be a Patreon member or anything like that in order to become part of the Discord. So there's a video on the channel that has a link that you can click on to join the Discord if you want to do things that way. So feel free to join, and I'll just be posting this codes out there. That's kind of the easiest place for me to do that. What I generally do with weak auras is I just use default options and tweak and customize them. So we're going to go in /WA opens up weak auras. Okay. Now, once you're in here, you have a bunch of options. Human malware. Okay. So once you're in here, you have a bunch of options. And you can basically choose simple, advanced, external. You can import one. That's how you might import the strings that I provide. And you can do from template or advanced. So usually what I do most of the time is I just do from template. So I'll click one of these. I'll click what I want. 90% of what I do is an icon. So I'll click an icon. I'll pick the size. I use different sizes for different things. So let's do our, what ability do we want to do? Let's do what we have in our core rotation. So I don't put up every single entire ability into weak auras. There's really no need to do that. So actually, let's take one of our big cooldowns. Let's do, where's it at? Earth, Wind, Fire. That's what I want. Oh, we'll do Invoke Zwin, the White Tiger. That'll be fun. Okay, so when I'm setting up my weak auras, I have some different areas of the screen that I put different information on. So generally, over on the right-hand side, I will put two big pieces of information. Buffs that I have up and their duration, and also abilities that I want to activate basically every time they're off cooldown. On the right-hand side, I will put big cooldown abilities or situational abilities that I want to keep track of the cooldowns for, but don't want to use all the time. And what that basically does is I can glance left and I can see, oh, I have this stun ability up if I want to use it. But I'm mainly looking over towards the right-hand side most of the time, kind of a little off to the right a little bit to see like what buffs I have and what abilities I have that I really need to hit the cooldown on. And so I kind of make that division. And then around my health bar somewhere, I put some of the common abilities that I want to use that I want to keep track of, because I put a lot of stuff into Opie. And for example, if I had my, let's go ahead and we'll add this real quick. Let's go into our rings. Okay, so I just added my Chi Torpedo. My Chi Torpedo has stacks, right? And if I want to keep track of my stacks, I need them to be on my screen somewhere. And since I don't use Bartender or anything like that that keeps my abilities on my screen, the only way I have currently to track how many stacks I have is to hit the keybind for Chi Torpedo, which I don't really want to do just to see how many stacks I have. I just want to be able to glance somewhere and go, oh, I can use it or I can't. So I keep those kinds of abilities that I use all the time, but I want to keep track of like stacks or whatever somewhere around my health bar. Do you recommend Bartender or Dominoes? I can't decide. It's been a long time since I used either one, but I almost always used Bartender. So I would probably go with Bartender. It's super popular. It has lots of additional like functionality to it, little add-ons you can get and stuff as well. Okay, so let's get in and make some of these weak auras. So we're gonna go from template icon. We're gonna do a tiny icon. You can adjust the icon size later, so don't get too hung up on it. Then we're gonna go into abilities, and we're just gonna pick one of our abilities. So let's do Zwin the White Tiger. Okay, and then you can pick several different default template options. Now these I usually do adjust, but they set a lot of parameters for you so you don't have to change them too much. So you have basic show on cooldown, so it only shows the aura, the icon, when the ability is on cooldown. So if it's off cooldown, it doesn't show it. Now that's not what I want. I want the ability to show, and then I just want to track the cooldown with it. I don't want it to hide, because I'm going to set all these to hide when I'm not in combat anyway. Show on ready, this will show the aura when the ability is ready to use, but then it doesn't show it when it's not ready. It just goes away. So cooldown tracking always shows the aura and turns blue when you can't use it. Cooldown and check for target shows the aura and turns red when it's out of range. What I want is basically cooldown tracking. Okay. Cooldown tracking is kind of the main thing that I want to do here. It's going to ask you for the name. I just leave the name as what it is for the core ability. Now we can change the icon settings. If this is a little bit too small, we're at 2020. We can bump it up to like the 4040. All right, so we have a little bit of a bigger icon there. Now, I don't get super into nitpicking with the positioning of these auras because weak auras is super weird. Okay, so basically what I have now is I've got a cooldown. If I were to click off weak auras, there it is, right there. I can't click it. I can't do anything with it. It takes up my character's head. And this will just show me that this is here. And if I were to go use it, it would blue it out because it's unavailable. Now we want to tweak and customize this. And what we actually want to do is we want to have sets of these. So what we really want to do is go new aura, and we want to make a dynamic group. Okay, and we're going to call this Windwalker cooldowns, or whatever you want to call it, whatever your group is going to be. What I know is I'm going to put all of my big cooldown abilities in here for the Windwalker. So I'm going to call it Windwalker cooldowns. Okay, so I just drug Zuin into the Windwalker cooldowns. Let's add another one. Now, we can do a couple of things. We can go back to the aura. We can make a new aura, or we can make it super simple, and we can just duplicate this one. It's going to have all the exact same settings as the one we just had. And we're going to have two of them now. Now, what we want to do is we're going to change the ability for this one and change the name and tweak it. But what we want to do here is we want to go into our group. And you can see right now that if we had two different abilities, they would stack like this. So what we want to do is we want to change the ability here. And the way that we do this is we go into the trigger tab. We pick the ability that we want to use. So let's do, what's another big cooldown we have? Storm, Earth, and Fire. So you go in here and you just type Storm, Earth, and Fire. You need to type it the exact way it's spelled here. Same capitalization, same punctuation and everything. And then hit OK. And then we can change this to Storm, Earth, and Fire. Okay. So now if we click off, you're going to see we have both of these stacked on top of each other. So if we go back into the group, this is where we can change some of the different options for both of these icons at the same time. So think of it again, kind of like we were doing on some of the other add-ons. Like the group modifies everything together. If you click on the individual one, it modifies that particular icon. So when we're in here, we might want to change the display. For example, if we don't want them to stack vertically, we can change that. Okay. So we can go in and let's take a look at the different sort of menus we have. So the group as a whole can have an icon if you want one. Grow is where you change how the icons are stacked. So right now they grow down. So we have Tiger and then Earth, Storm, Fire. If we do up, they're going to reverse. Tiger, Earth, Wind, Fire. You can also see the anchor position changes. If you look at the lock, the Tiger's above it. If we go back to down, the Tiger is below it. So that's also important for getting things lined up the way you want. You can do left if you want to make vertical. You do right if you want to go the other way. You can also do clockwise if you kind of want to, clockwise is sort of weird. We'll look at that a little bit more when we add a couple more abilities. But for right now, let's go ahead and put it back on down. The alignment, you can change that. So you can change it to left. So it'll go off to the left. You can change it to right. And this is all relative to the anchor, which is the lock. You can also change the spacing between the icons. So right now it's at 2. If we change it to 15, you can see there's a bigger gap. If we go to stagger and we do this, you can see it's going to stagger abilities. So let's go ahead and let's add one more. I don't want to add too many of these because we need to make adjustments to these anyway. So let's add one more ability. Oh, let's do our leg sweep. That's got a 1 minute cooldown. So we go into trigger. Leg sweep, and then we're going to change it. Okay. So now we have 3 abilities. So let's go back to the group. And you can take a look at the clockwise. See how it's super weird. I don't use clockwise at all. So we'll go back to down where we were. Spacing, stagger. So yeah, if we change this to like -50, you can see they kind of go off like this. This is nice if you kind of want to make your abilities, I don't know, go out in like a triangle sort of shape for some reason. I generally don't use this. I just keep no stagger. Sort, you can change the sorting here, ascending, descending, etc. If you want to. That does come in useful sometimes. You can also set a limit so that once you hit like 5 icons, it won't show anymore. Not really relevant here. Animated, expand, and collapse. A lot of this stuff is just kind of like fancy. You can turn the border on. I don't like having the border. You can offset the position of the group. So this is how you really want to change the positioning of your auras. You don't want to do it individually. You want to do it to the group. So for example, if we want to push these off to the side, then we might do hey everybody, let's see. Let's see if I'm back live. Okay, I think we're back. I just need to figure out where I left off at. Yeah, I might have hit a button or something, but my my streaming software just totally stopped streaming. It looks like... Okay, well, we're back. All right, so getting back into it. Man, now I'm all thrown off. In the middle of week hours, the most important thing, too. Okay, so basically, I was getting into talking about the different abilities and stuff. So, going into individual aura settings. So, display, you can change stuff in here. Trigger, you can change stuff in here as well. And conditions. So, on cooldown, if true, I want to desaturate, invoke Zuen. Yep. Okay, so positioning the icons, you're back. It's stuck when you're about to move the group. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so let's jump back a little bit. Okay, so on the group, how you want to control the movement for the group is you want to use your position settings through the actual group itself, which... So if the group is here in the middle, and you can see this is actually, it applied to the whole group. If you go up here to the actual dynamic group and you go down to your position settings, this is where you actually want to control where your icons are located, not through the individual icons themselves. So you'll go here and you can set. Okay. I know what happened. Yep. Oh, man. Okay, that's mildly embarrassing. I'm back. Okay, so the problem was I was hitting minus on my number pad, which was set up as a stop streaming key on my streaming software because it's something I never use. But what do you know? I used it for this. Okay, so let's try this one more time. We're going to get through this, damn it. Okay, control the location of your icons through the group, not the icons themselves. So, as I was saying, up here, if we want to shift these icons away, we want to go to the dynamic group position and change the offset. Yeah, it worked. Okay. So over here, we have the icons now. They're set here, the entire group. If we want to adjust them back, set them through the group here. Boom. Good to go. Okay. So the other thing you can do is you can adjust some display text. So %S is showing stacks like here on Storm, Earth, and Fire. %N will show the name, which is weird, but you may want it for some reason. I just want to show an example of how you can do that. Cool. So we are caught up. Finally. Sorry about that, everyone. I apologize. All right, so let's jump into Zuin the White Tiger. So when you're up in the dynamic menu, basically group and display are probably the only things you're really going to want to mess with for the most part. All these other windows, you kind of want to apply them to the actual ability itself, not necessarily the group. You may have a case where you do want the group to show up or display based on certain rules, but for the most part, if you go over to load and you do in combat, this is normally what I have set up. So after we get everything set up, I'll come back through on all the groups and I'll click load in combat, because then if I'm not in combat, the weak auras don't show up. But as soon as I get into combat, they do show up. And that lets me hide the majority of my interface until I'm actually in combat. So we're going to go ahead and check that off just to make sure that we can still adjust everything and see everything. If we get into the actual abilities themselves, so display, for the most part, you should just control this via the group as much as possible. You may want to tweak cooldown settings instead, but you can just do this all through the group as well. Mainly what you want to do in the individual auras themselves is you might want to adjust some particular text. You may want to add some text, glow, a model, or a border to a particular ability if you wanted to. But mainly you want to set the triggers, the conditions, and possibly the actions. Those are what you want to get into on an individual level. So Zuin the White Tiger, the trigger is required for activation is trigger 1. You choose your trigger, trigger 1. Trigger 1 is status cooldown progress spell. So all this means is that if you have the spell, it shows the cooldown progress. Pretty easy, pretty straightforward. And you can click show always on cooldown, not on cooldown. So if you remember when we were looking at the templates, you could choose to only show it on cooldown, only show it when it's not on cooldown, etc. So if I were to check on cooldown, now you can see it doesn't show because it's not on cooldown. If I use it, it'll show up, but I want it to show all the time because I want to be able to see if I have it available, how much cooldown is left, etc. Now, conditions, this is where you set what happens to the ability itself. So trigger is you're going to show this and what you're kind of going to show. Conditions are where you get into the meat of things. So right now this is saying if the ability is on cooldown, if on cooldown is true, if it's true this ability is on cooldown, then what this was showing was color and change the color to like a blue or something. This was the default before the stream kind of crashed or whatever. So if I were to use this ability, it's going to go on cooldown. It's going to give it like its blue color or whatever. What I actually like is I like to desaturate the ability instead. And so what that does is not only does the ability go on cooldown, but it gets grayed out. So it also just kind of sends another visual signal to me like that ability is not available. Okay, you can add additional cooldowns. I'm going to get rid of that one. And we're just going to keep that one on there. So once this comes off cooldown, it will turn back to its full color version, and I'll know it's ready to go. So leg sweep has a pretty short cooldown. So right now you can see it's still color. And this is where I go in and I actually try to get one ability exactly the way I want it. And then I just copy it for the other abilities in the group. So instead of having to go in and go to leg sweep and be like, okay, on cooldown, desaturate, blah, blah, blah. I'll just get this one to be exactly the way I want it to be. And then I'll duplicate it for the other abilities in the group. So I want to, on cooldown, desaturate the icon. Okay. That's pretty much all I want to do. You can set up some like chat messages. You can play sounds. You can glow, all kinds of stuff like this if you want. I don't want to do anything like that for this. And I don't need any animations either. So the main thing I want to do is I do want to make these smaller. We're going to go 25 by 25. I want them to desaturate. I want to show the cooldown. Okay. And I want the cooldown progress on there. And I want to change the time precision to no decimal points. And then size is fine. And I want to change the anchor to let's do that's actually fine. Okay, so this will show us the cooldown time. We can turn the stacks on or off if we want to. I'm okay with not really having the stacks for the moment. We may come back and tweak that. I do want this to be in the center. Okay, so I like the cooldown text to be right there in the center. The outline and stuff, you could turn that on or off if you want. So no outline, or you can, let's do monochrome, regular outline, whatever you want. So I like something that looks nice and clean and to the point. So that's all good to go. And that's what I kind of want my icon to look like. I want it to be grayed out and showing the cooldown. If it's on cooldown, if it's not, I just want it to be showing there and to also be full color. So if I close this out, you're going to see all my icons are right there. Boom. I can track them and see if they're available. So if I go in and I use my tiger. Okay, you're going to see the text here. I may want to make some adjustments to that. Maybe increase the icon size so that long cooldowns like that can fit in. So let's go back into our group. And we're going to change the size. And let's make this 35. So that's probably good. Keep it something like that. So we have one of our groups, and basically what I would do now normally is get that white tiger set up, and then I would actually not have made these already. And I will go in and copy this, and we'll do leg sweep, and then we'll go over to our trigger. We'll change this to leg sweep. And now our leg sweep has the same settings. It's going to do that same grayed out thing that we had before. So you can do that here if you want to. So that's one group. I have one group over here, which is the big long cooldowns. All right, let me catch back up. Can you change the position of the group without an offset? You can drag it around if you want to with the anchor. here. The reason I don't like to do that is because once you start dragging the anchor around, it's really annoying to get everything centered. And if you wanted to, you could just drag this way up into the corner if that's what you wanted to do. But since I build everything around my character, I like to just keep the anchors like already pretty centered on my character. So it's easy for me to keep it there and do the offset. But you can just grab the anchor and move it, or you can use the arrows to do like pixel perfect adjustments. So the next thing I want to do is make another dynamic group. And this one is going to be my Windwalker. What do I want to call this? I'm just going to call it something generic and boring right now. Okay, so this is going to be the abilities that we want to have over here that are going to show up and go, hey, use me. Use me now. So we're going to make a new aura. Template. We're going to go ahead and do an icon. Do a small icon because we're not worried about cooldowns on these. And we're going to show an ability. So something we want to use every time we can use it. Let's go with Fist of the White Tiger. So we're going to go ahead and do basic show on ready and name it Fist of the White Tiger. We're going to put it in our Windwalker use group. Okay. So this one, I like to go ahead into the group itself. Position. I'm going to offset it the opposite of what I did for the other group. Okay. And then we're going to go in here and we're going to make some adjustments. So for this icon here, we're going to go, our trigger is cooldown progress spell, show when it's not on cooldown. So this will show up when it's ready. And what we want to do in display is we want to add a glow. Okay. So the glow, where are you at? Okay, we want to show glow. And I just like having this because the whole idea here is this ability is going to pop up and go, hey, use me. So I like having the glow added there. It's super easy. You literally just click add glow. So we don't need to worry about the icon settings. We want the automatic icon. Don't need the tooltip on mouse over. You should definitely know what these are. We don't need to show the cooldown because that's irrelevant. We just want to hammer this, and when we can't use it, it goes away. Position settings, we're managing through the group. Sub-elements, there's no text or anything that we want other than stacks potentially based on the ability. We're going to make sure that in our group we have our font adjusted, even though we're not really showing any font here. And that's pretty much it. That's all that this is. So let's go ahead and close this. This ability is available. So we want to show it. If we go in and we use it, it goes away. And we're just focused on combat and doing all of our stuff and yada, yada, yada. And then when this ability is finally able to be used again, it's going to pop up and flash at us and go, hey, use me. And it might look a little with just one ability on it. But it's more about when you have multiple abilities there, it keeps you focused on the one that you like should be using right away. So we have Dragon Punch in there. So let's go ahead and add a couple of others so you can kind of get a feel for it. So this is good to go. We're going to go ahead and copy it. And we're going to pick the next ability that we're going to put in there. And that'll be Rising Sun Kick is a good one. We could also do like Fist of Fury or Whirling Dragon Punch. Let's do Whirling Dragon Punch. So we're going to rename. So we're going to jump over to trigger, and we're going to change this to Whirling Dragon Punch. Hit OK. And then we want to go to the group, and I like to set this one in the group to grow to the right. So they'll extend out this way, just in a line. Kind of like a feeder line of abilities we should be using. So that's over there. So if we go up to this guy, and we're like, hey, we're going to use that. Now we have Whirling Dragon Punch, which we can't use at the moment because we need to do Blackout Kick and Rising Sun Kick and... oh, come on. Our Fist of Fury. We got to build up to that. There we go. Fist of Fury. It's on cooldown. Blackout Kick. Sorry, Rising Sun Kick into Dragon Punch, and then it goes away. That took me a second. I was like, which abilities? And you can see that our Fist of the White Tiger is back up, so maybe we want to use that again. Boom. And so this one has an internal cooldown, so we know, hey, we don't even need to worry about Whirling Dragon Punch at the moment. You can just focus on whatever our other abilities are. And, oh, now it's available again, so maybe we want to try to do that combo and get ourselves into our Fist of Fury, into Rising Sun Kick, into Whirling Dragon Punch. So that's the whole idea with this little bar over here, is to keep that going. Now, the next thing, let's see. When I open it, I get that dumb Death Knight thing, and then I can't get rid of it. I gave up on weak auras after that. Think I'll go totally fresh GUI and see where I am. Oh, the Arthas icon, I had it too. I deleted weak auras and then reinstalled it. That's weird. It might just have been a default, like some sort of weird aura that, I mean, all that stuff should be in here. And you should be able to get rid of it. Like, you shouldn't have anything on the screen that isn't in here. All right, the next aura, we're going to make another dynamic group, and this is going to be Windwalker buffs. Okay, and we're going to add a new aura. We're going to add, this time, a progress bar, and we are going to, what's a good buff that we can pick up? I guess Earth, Wind, Fire counts as a buff. So we'll do that one. Okay, so this is where it gets a little bit tricky. We want to drag this under our buffs, and you can't have auras that have the same names. So we already, well, we had Earth, Wind, Fire here. We're going to add it here. So what we need to do is Earth, Wind, and Fire, and then I just throw buff on the end. So that specifies that it's the buff, not the actual ability icon itself. And then we'll go into the trigger, and our trigger is going to be show on auras found, aura type buff. Let's see. Aura on the player, it's a buff, and we want the name to be Earth, Wind, and Fire. Hopefully that works. I can't remember if it's a actual buff or not. Okay, so that means that I'm getting the name wrong. Storm, Earth, and Fire. There we go. Okay, so if you get that where the icon doesn't pop up, it generally is going to mean that you are not typing the name correctly. Oh. Okay, so we're going to have a progress bar here for the Storm, Earth, and Fire buff. As you can see, it's right here. What I'm going to do is go into the group itself. I'm going to make some adjustments to the positioning. I'm going to put it at 200. So it is in line with where our other ability is going to be. I want it to align to the left of the anchor point. And then I'm going to have them grow down. So our abilities, our buffs will grow down in a row. And I also, let's see, I want to change the icon. Let's see. Icon settings, we want to position to the left. Okay, so this will count down the buff for us. And then the other thing we need to do is, because we do have our use group here at 200 as well, we don't want these to overlap. So we need to offset the Y just a little bit as well. So these icons are 20 pixels. So we probably want to offset by like 30. So we'll go to our buffs and we will offset the Y by -30. And that'll drop it down to right about here. And that's pretty much it. So it's going to show when we have a particular buff. So right now, if we hit Storm, Earth, Fire, there it is. You can change the bar color. You can make some little tweaks. It looks like maybe we need to go over just a little bit to line these up. But if we were to get another buff, it would just show up underneath here as well. So that's the right-hand side. I track the stuff that I want to have available on use, or want to use as frequently as possible during combat, and then my big major combat buffs. Now, I do keep the buffs down here underneath the name bar, just because sometimes there's stuff you're not going to have programmed into weak auras, and you want to make sure, like, did I miss anything? Do I need to add anything? Is this something that only shows up every now and again? So I'm cool with just having it down here, that kind of stuff. And then the last place that I put weak auras is for tracking the types of abilities that, like I said, I want to kind of keep eyes on stacks or cooldowns for stuff that I'm using all the time or pretty frequently. So we'll do a new dynamic group. I just call this Windwalker main. And we're going to do a new aura. This is going to be an icon. No. We're going to use the template. Icon. We're going to do a tiny icon. We're going to do an ability. And we're going to check Chi Torpedo. Wow. And we want to charge tracking. Right. So Chi Torpedo. We're good to go there. We're going to drop this into Windwalker main. So now this ability is here. And for this, we're going to want to figure out where we want our health bar to be. So let's just say it is, well, let's do this. Let's go to align, and we can get our shadowed unit frames out. We can unlock our frames, and we can kind of see, you know, is this right down the middle where we want it to be? Okay, and then we'll lock them. And this is where the E-align really comes in handy. /align, and we're good to go. So what I'll do for Chi Torpedo is I'll go to the group, and I like to put this like right above my health bar. So we'll go to position settings, and we will offset Y until we get about where we want to be. That was way too far. Let's do like a 350. 250 looks like maybe around 300. It's a little too far. 280. A little too close. 275. Something like that, right? So then what I want to do is I want to go to my group, and I want to grow centered horizontal. And we're going to have to adjust our pixels just a little bit. So we're going to offset by an additional Let's see, let's try 285. And that was too far. All right, back at our group. All right, 275, and we are growing from the center. Now, what this will do is it'll basically mimic a typical action bar. So let's add another ability that we want to track. Let's do, I don't know, disable. So we'll copy Chi Torpedo. Do disable. And we're going to swap out the ability here under our trigger. All right, so that is there. Now, when I click off, you're going to see that it centered the group and expanded outwards from there. So you can put as many abilities as you want on here to kind of match that. You can also make it so that there are rows. You can basically set up a sort of like action bar style outlook or display just using that itself. And so those are the basic components of how I would set up the weak auras. Unfortunately, this stream has gone on so much longer than I anticipated, and I anticipated it going on pretty long anyway. So I gave you like the core for the weak auras. I'll do it in another stream and actually fully set up the weak auras and fully set up Opie as well in there. So that's the basics. What I would do now is I would go in and I would just use a line. And I would open up my shadowed unit frames, right? And I would unlock the frames and just kind of use this to move around and set everything up. You know, maybe throw my party over here or right over my character, or whatever made sense. I would go in and do these kind of tweaks and modifications. I would finish out adding all the abilities to my weak auras. I would set up my Opie controls. And then I would also just go back in and tweak the setup for everything. So in my case, I'm going to drag my chat back down into this corner, lock it up so it's down there if I need it. I would go back into Kaliel's tracker, and I'm going to adjust the position, which I think I passed. Yep, here we go. So I would kind of pop that over by my mini map. That's good to go. So I've got all that stuff up there in the corner. Actually, at this point, what I really like to do is I want to go into mini map and I want to make it bigger. So we're going to up this, I think 250. No, that's a little too much. Yeah, so something like that. Okay. And we will want to unlock it. Move it up here. Lock it back. And then we want to adjust this mini map button frame. So we want to unlock that, drag that wherever makes sense, just out of the way for the moment. And go back in. So text, we're going to update this to Doris. And then we're going to go in and update all the other text. Okay, so all of our text there is updated. Clicks, you can change this so that depending on what you're doing, like right click is going to open the calendar. I like to actually set this to right click opens my map. And then I don't care about the rest of it. So now if I right click, it opens my map. If I right click, it closes my map. Text coordinates. This stuff is pretty much good. I like to take the zone text, and I actually like to move the zone text down here. So the clock, that's like a negative. We're going to adjust this a little bit. Let's do negative 220. It doesn't look right. I always want to hit these like, fives, like 15, 20, whatever, but sometimes they just don't look right. I think that looks okay. So we got the text there. Buttons, we're pretty much good on the buttons that we have. We've got our clock, we got our coordinates, we got our zone text, we got our mini map, border, class color, all that kind of good stuff. So let's unlock it, scooch it up a little bit, lock it. We're going to drag our button frame wherever it makes sense for you to put it. I try to line it up kind of right there. Because then when you lock it, it hides everything else. And there we go. It kind of is in line with the rest of the mini map. Then we'll go over to Kali-El and we will tweak the X here. Whatever makes sense. Let's do negative 250. That looks okay, I think. I like that. All right, so we've got like our quest log up there in the corner, along with our minimap buttons. We can minimize that, and it takes up almost no room on our screen. We have our chat down here, but it's set to hide. So that goes away when we're not using it. So it's out of the frame. We've got our player bar, which we go back into shadow unit frames. We go to player. Actually, we just go to global. And we want to do all of these. Actually, it kind of depends. We don't want to do the player. What we want to do is enable. Okay, so everything's going to not show. We just want to, we want to go to player. We want to go enable combat fader. And the combat alpha is going to be 30%. And the inactive alpha, we're going to tweak to like 75, I think. Or not 75. We want it to be lower, I believe. So let's do 30 when we're inactive. And we can do 100 like when we are in combat. So what that does is it hides the player bar, and then once we're in combat, it pops it back in all the way. You can tune it down and have it like semi-transparent if you want, but I prefer not to. And then we go back into weak auras, and we click on each of our groups that we have, and we're going to do load in combat, cooldowns, load in combat, main, load in combat, and use load in combat. And now all of our weak auras are also gone until we get into combat, and then they pop back up. And that is basically how you hide the majority of your UI, but still have it accessible when you need it. And everything else is just a matter of tweaking and changing things. Like I said, this is, this has been quite the stream, quite the video already. I think I've covered the majority of the basics, but I definitely am not finished. I think I need to have a second stream. I have a date night with my wife, and I'm already later than I wanted to be, so you'll have to forgive me if you watch to the end and you're sad and unsatisfied. I will do a second stream, and we'll pick up right where we left off here. So at this point, I want to open it up real quick to questions and make sure I haven't left out anything super glaring that you need to at least kind of get to where I'm at. So what I want to do in the next stream is do the final tweaks, go in, get the full weak auras loadout for this particular spec, get the full OPI loadout. If people really want it, I can show Bartender how to set that up, since I know not a lot of people are going to want to use OPI. And then actually go like test this out in combat, show some of the tweaks that I would make to tidy plates and the other notifications. You know, like I said, go out there, actually use it, and then realize, oh, wait a second, like I don't quite like the way this is set up. Let me make some tweaks. I think, you know, over the course of this video, you're able to get to this point, and really all it's missing for you to have a pretty good representation of my UI is to make those last minute tweaks and to finish adding in all of your abilities to either Bartender or weak auras or OPI, whatever that may be. So I'm going to hang out for a few more minutes, and I'm just going to open it up to any questions that you have. Don't forget to like the video if you enjoyed it. If you're checking this out later, please subscribe. I've got a lot of videos on my channel, a lot of guides and stuff that helped a lot of people out, and most of the people that come to the channel are like, you're underrated or whatever. And honestly, I think it's just because I don't ask people to subscribe as much as I should, and I don't like being like pushy about it. But you know, if you've enjoyed the video, please subscribe. Tell your friends, tell them to subscribe. Help me get that subscriber base up, and maybe the next time there's a WoW expansion, I won't be floundering around hoping I can, you know, get the alpha and, you know, show it off to you guys and really dive into the classes and stuff. But if you don't want to subscribe, no big deal. Like I said, I don't like to pressure people about that. And I'll tell you to like the video, because YouTube does really care about that as far as getting the words out and sharing the content around. But, you know, you can do whatever you want to do. So, yeah, if you have any questions, let me know. I'm going to hang out for another probably 5 or so minutes and see if questions come in once the video catches up. Otherwise, I will be doing another stream to finish this up. 100%. It should be probably next Saturdays, I imagine. Don't quote me on that. I'll make an announcement on the community page for the YouTube channel, as well as on the channel Facebook and in the channel Discord. Still sad how bad things were drawn back in the day. I'll be on my way, watching the rest later. Awesome. Again, I apologize for the issue with the stream going down. It was going so well. I'm really frustrated about that. Thank you. I don't like the default UI. Me either. Missed the start, had a sore head, but it's been good. Cheers. My wife likes your channel too. Awesome. Thanks, Lex. I appreciate that. Like I said, the whole VOD will be up on the channel as soon as YouTube processes it. There's a lot of things I don't like that much, so thank you again. Congrats on the date night. Yeah, got to get some Chinese food and watch some TV shows. So it should be pretty fun. All right, just a couple more minutes of checking out, seeing if people have any questions. I think I do want to... Is there like an auto collapse in here? I know there's the one for a collapse and empty one. I can't remember if we had collapse and instance. What if I just want to collapse it all the time? This is a good way to end off the stream with work complete. No, I want the default. Give it back. Work complete. Work complete. Can weak auras show stuff if they're available, like you have through something to really do that? Oh, if you have, can weak auras show? Yeah, okay. I get what you're saying. Can weak auras show stuff if you have enough resource? Yep, absolutely. So everything in weak auras for controlling that kind of stuff is in the triggers. And when I do the full like abilities for the entire specialization, you'll see that because I'll have to make adjustments for specific abilities. But let's say, for example, what's something that we use chi on? Fist of Fury, right? Yeah. So let's say we were going to add in Fist of Fury to our little abilities over here, the Windwalker use. Let's go ahead and duplicate. Fist of Fury. That is not how you spell fists. Fist of Fury. So we can set the trigger. Fist of Fury. And then that's the ability and status. So cooldown progress is in there. But you can also come in here and change status instead of being cooldown. Let's see, where's it at? Power or whatever. I think not power. Action usable. So this will basically, it won't be usable if I don't have the chi. So if I click out of here, come over to combat. So there's no Fist of Fury, but if I generate enough chi, then it pops up and I know I can use it. So weak auras is pretty overwhelming to look at, but like once you get in and you realize what the like core things are that you want to use, that you want to focus on, it gets way simpler. And it also helps to know like the right template to pick as well. So. All right, well, that is going to do it. For the stream, like I said, I appreciate everybody that tuned in. I hope this stream was really helpful. I know like I didn't get enough time to kind of finish everything up. This has been, holy cow, like 4.5 hours. 4 hours and 40 minutes. 4.5 hours if you count, if you take away, you know, fixing the hangups. But you can see, like, I mean, if I say so myself, the UI is pretty sexy. There's like nothing going on. You get to see the whole game, and then when you jump into combat, there it is. There's a lot of additional changes to make for like raids and, you know, mythic dungeons and stuff, but like this is just your everyday run around doing quests and stuff like that. So yeah, I'll have another stream, like I said, to finish things up with the goal of, one, getting all the abilities in weak auras and showing you how to customize those a little bit more in depth. Finishing out my Opie Keybinds setup so that I can actually go out and show the UI in practice. Going out and using the UI in practice and showing you how I will tweak it and modify it based on what I find, and maybe what I do and don't like, and kind of, you know, making everything come together fully. And then also just going back in and doing the minor tweaks to some of the add-ons that we saw earlier. Whether that's updating the fonts or making adjustments to color or turning things on and off, all that kind of good stuff. So that's what's up. That's the stream. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something. I hope you're having fun in whatever it is that you're doing. I am going to go get some Chinese food and watch some TV with my wife. Y'all have a great weekend. Stay safe out there. And yeah, have a good one. I'll see ya on the next video, which is probably going to be a Legends of Runeterra budget deck overview for Bilgewater. Play Legends of Runeterra. It's tons of fun. I've been playing the crap out of it. All right, advertisement over. Peace.